Isso é alguma pode
Sumau.
É verdade, eu quero
E agora?
Usually,
Isso agora.
Speaker field.
Yaptin, can you hear us clearly? Yaptin, can you hear us clearly? Kosrai, can you hear us Ponte clear?
You're work.
Yes. Again.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Kosrai. Yap is already in here as well. So, yeah. We're only waiting for Chuk. But
I'm
please.
sorry. I meant to say. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'll be back up. I guess the judges will.
Yeah, all the judges will be sitting here at this table, and then I'll give you guys everything you might need.
Thank you. Morning.
Yep, Tim, can you hear us? You're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Yep, and it looks nice at the courtroom. Thank you very much. Stand by. Robin, teacher, teacher,
Sean, come in.
come in, come in. Nice. Okay,
Chala, you'll find some.
Morning, Chuk. Are you guys hearing us here clearly?
Good morning, everyone. I can see Chuk. Onpe, that's Koshai.
That's right.
To go Koshai, where's Yap? Oh, that's Yap, okay. Good morning, Yap. To Rockchill. Morning, T.
No, outside.
I mean, before this.
No, no, no,
What do
no.
we-
No. When we're doing the introduction.
Yeah,
And then that's when.
I have to jump in this MC because one thing can they hear?
Chuk team, can you hear us clearly? Pavlin.
Roughly, if we sit down on the screen.
Pavlin, can you hear us clearly? Chuk team, can you hear us clearly?
Good morning, Ivan.
Good morning. How are you guys there?
Good.
All right, you guys
Can
are
you-
coming very clear and very loud.
Ivan?
Yes,
Okay. Do you want the alternate debater to join the other two?
yes, we want to have the coaches and alternate to be on the bench as well.
Okay, so. the
Or the
coaches-
alternate, at least the alternate.
Okay, all right. Second. Oh, so
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? This is Emmy. I'm speaking to you from Ponape. We're just testing. Harry, you ready to go? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me, Chuk. Goshai. Bonpei Yap. Who's, Judges, are we ready to start? We will be starting in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I would like to request that everyone take your seats. We will begin in 3 minutes.
Well, Director, we have a slight problem here in Chuk.
What is that?
The speakers, they're not here yet.
Can somebody please contact them by phone and we will give them another 5 minutes?
All right, all right.
So who is that again? One is the whole
My office upstairs is reserved for both team, so when the debate begins,
Yeah.
you
One
can
is
go on.
Juma, two is Pudin, three is Pudin. So that's the setting we're using. You can be behind them, press SMB, he needs to be here.
Bisa lên đâu đóng một lần rồi đó.
Carla, you're gonna read the.
Yes.
Carla will be joining you soon, judges, after the reading of proclamation. Thank you. Juk, do you have the police officers there?
Front facing the audience along with the podium. And then at the side, there's that white screen, the projector. At least now the speakers behind the podium, the debaters can just focus on the camera there, not just everyone behind.
Harry, please let us know when you're ready.
Seriously, I love this place that don't hear really amplifies the voice. I was really scared. Yeah. I had this event, so I was definitely thrown off. All of them were sitting there, and then my eyes kept flickering everywhere. So I definitely lost focus. Like for which one? Oh yeah, for nationals. Like a few days before the actual day, so every day I kept going over my speech and memorizing. It was like a few days, so.
Juk, we're waiting for you. Just give us the signal when you're ready. Thank you.
Yes, Director, we'll let you know. No, utagi.
HM sisters present as well? I guess so. They're probably-
Yes. They're here.
All right, just give us a signal when you're ready to start.
Okay. Director, we're ready.
Thank you, Chup. Koshai, can you give us a thumbs up? Koshai and Yap, if you're ready. Okay, I see Koshai. Yap, we're ready. All right, thank you. Bonpei. Looks like we're all ITs. Are we on live now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and I see we have our justices also ready. So let me begin on behalf of the FSM Supreme Court, FSM Judiciary, because this debate will be live broadcast throughout the FSM, all the 4 states of the Federated States of Micronesia. It's only proper that I, on behalf of the FSM Judiciary, and I guess I can also say on behalf of the FSM National Government, first pay our respect to the Heavenly Father, our utmost respect to all the traditional leaders of Panape, of Chuk, Yap, Koshai. We'd also like to pay our respect to the FSM National Government, the FSM President, His Excellency David Panuelo, His Excellency Vice President Yosua George, the Speaker, Vice Speaker, members of the FSM Congress, our Chief Justice, Dennis Yamase, our Associate Justices, Larry Wentworth, Pulin Carr Warswick, and newly appointed Associate Justice Dennis Belcourt, as well as the staff and organizing committee of this year's National Lawday Committee. Our state leaders, governors of the states, the governor of Chuk State, the Honorable Narun, who will be giving our welcoming remark today, the speakers of the state legislatures and the members of the state legislatures, the chief justices of all the state courts, as well as the associate justices and the staff of all the state judiciary. We would like to also recognize the faith-based organizations, women, the youth, people with disability, all the NGOs, the non-governmental organizations, and the intergovernmental organizations who are joining us, the FSM Bar Association, our utmost respect and thank you to all the state high schools, that participated, especially the Department of Education, who have helped us throughout the years. This year, we're marking the 40th year anniversary of the National Judiciary. The students, the debaters, the alternate debaters, the coaches. And today, we're also very proud to have with us the Girl Scout of Ponape, also joining us in the gallery. And everyone joining in live throughout the nation. So welcome to the 40th year anniversary National Lawday debate. At this time, I will yield the floor to the Master of Ceremony, who is Mr. Harry Naroon, the Chuk State Justice Ombudsman, who will be your MC throughout this program. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. At this time, I would like to ask everybody to rise for the Chuk State Public Safety Police Officers for raising and posting of the colors, followed by the HMN sisters to sing the FSM National Anthem. Let's all rise.
All right. Forward. March. Go. Boom. Right. Peace.
This year we are pledging with hearts and with hands, full measure of devotion to thee, our native land. Full measure devotion to thee, our native land. Now all join the chorus. Let union abide across all Micronesia. Join hands on every side. Across all Micronesia, join hands on every side. We all work together with hearts, voice, and hands, till we have made this island another promised land. Till we have made these islands another promised land.
Order. Color guard. Raise the flag. Move. Detail. Hold.
Host the flag. Left, face, forward, march. Detail. Hold. Right, face. Appreciate. Turn. Further. Turn. Right, face. Forward, march. Detail. Hold. Detail. Hold on.
Thank you very much, police officers and the MH and sisters. Please be seated. With all due respect, I would like to call upon Reverend Bradley Petrus from the Berea Evangelical Church to conduct the invocation. Reverend Petrus.
Shall we pray? Dearest Heavenly Father, at the outset of this event, we call upon your name. First and foremost, to acknowledge you, the Sovereign One. We thank you for this gift of life and for the time allowed for this event to take place. As this event now begins, we ask for your guidance and blessings upon each and if one of the participants as they each make their presentations during today's engagement. I ask that you accord each of them the serenity, the confidence, and knowledge as they each bring to the stage their views and opinions in the dialogue of the events and the subject matters. May this be one eventful and memorable debate, a catalyst and platform of information and policy making for the states, as well as the national government. May your name be lifted up and glorified today, O Lord. And I pray and ask in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much, Reverend Petrus. Today, we are very fortunate to have the Honorable Alexander R. Narun, Governor of Chuk State, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Governor Narun.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, Harry Narun. Since we are in Chuk hosting this virtual FSM Lawday debate, please allow me to say my salutation in our native tongue. Kiso Jabur Lirikot, Friend Efanson, Miochu Fenigit. Kirok Morats Murab, FSM National Government, His Excellency David W. Banuelo, Vice President Joshua George, Speaker of the FSM Congress, Wesley Simina, and members of the FSM Congress, all the governors for its state within our great federation, all the speakers within the federal state of Micronesia, all the leadership, the paramount chiefs from Pohnpei to Chuk, Yap, Koshra, to all those involved in preparation of this very important occasion. Chaniti Fairo. To our Chuk state government and its people, those that are present here with us on this very important day. Chaniti Fairo, Wabi Bidisit. And to all the debaters, greetings to all of you. Those that represent Chuk State, Pohnpei State, Koshra State, and Yap State. Good morning to you all. It is truly an honor and pleasure to be here for the annual FSM Lawday National Debate. July 12th is a very significant day for us Micronesians. On July 12, 1965, the Congress of Micronesia first convened. 10 years later, on July 12, 1975, the first Micronesian Constitution Convention convened in Saipan, Mariana Islands. On July 12, 1978, citizens of FSM, through plebiscite, voted on the Constitution of the Federated States of Micronesia. On July 12, 1981, the Supreme Court of the FSM was established. On July 12, 1991, the first Lawday debate took place to celebrate the first 10 years of the FSM Supreme Court. For nearly 30 years, bright and talented young people debated on stage toward issues which bear great significance to the FSM. Each issue deliberated up over the years have been encapsulated to show where we were and how far we have gone as a young developing nation of democracy. If I understand, we are debating on the issue of whether receiving the vaccine should become a mandate for all FSM citizens. This is an issue most critical to have good and fruitful dialogue on. I sincerely hope this debate can be a stepping stone to further the discussion among our leaders for strength and solidarity. I want to congratulate the students who are here representing their respective states. Being selected to represent your state is an attest of your due diligence and hard work, which has led you here on the national stage. At the same time, it should be a recognition for you to take on greater responsibilities as potential futures of this FSM. I encourage you to continue to work hard in your endeavors and your pursuit of higher education. I want to also thank the Supreme Court and those involved in putting this national debate event every year. Your tireless effort plays an important role in bringing otherwise reclusive issues onto the national mainstream. Making this event possible on a yearly basis takes a different level of commitment. And not to mention the condition we are in now with COVID-19. I applaud the effort and work done to have this via virtual. Your investment in technology infrastructure has ensured the continuity of such important event during this pandemic. As I mentioned earlier, the issue at hand looks at how we conduct ourselves during this rather unprecedented time. I am anxious to hear arguments from both sides and I am certain all participants are well prepared. This is, in fact, the fundamental aspect of our democracy, where all view and interpretations are given equal considerations for justice and liberty to prevail. For this, I would like to extend, on behalf of the Narun William administration, the whole Chuk state and its people, our legislatures, our judiciary system here in Chuk, our warm greetings, and to wish you all a successful debate as we celebrate FSM Lawday. Kulo, Kalangan, Kamakar, Kirisojabur, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Governor Naru. I would like to call upon Ms. Carlela Carl Edgar Esquire for the reading of the proclamation. Ms. Edgar.
Thank you. Good morning. Before I say more, and for the purposes of time, I would like to join in the respects that have been spoken before, by those before me. I have been tasked this morning to read the presidential proclamation, and it is as follows. Presidential Proclamation, July 12, 2021, as FSM Lawday. Whereas, on July 12, 1965, the Congress of Micronesia was convened as the first indigenous lawmaking body for its people, the people of the Micronesian region. And whereas, on July 12, 1975, the first Micronesian Constitutional Convention was convened. And whereas, on July 12, 1978, the citizens of the Federated States of Micronesia approved the FSM Constitution, thereby giving birth to the new nation. And whereas on July 12, 1981, the Supreme Court of the Federated States of Micronesia was inaugurated as the highest court of this nation. And whereas, in observance of the significant legal and national events that have occurred in the history of this nation, on the 12th day of July, the Supreme Court of the Federated States of Micronesia commemorates this special day as one in which high school students throughout the nation are called upon to engage in public debate over national issues of legal, political, and economic significance. And whereas the Supreme Court of the Federated States of Micronesia has historically hosted winners of the debates from each nation to compete as the National Lawday debate held on or about 12th of July in one of the 4 FSM states. And whereas the impact of the coronavirus has required the FSM Supreme Court to host the National Lawday 2021 debates virtually on July 12, 2021, with the winning teams from each of the FSM states to appear virtually from the FSM Supreme Court's facilities in each of the 4 FSM states. And whereas for the Lawday 2021, the debate topic is, quote, now therefore be it resolved that, with regards to the current COVID-19 pandemic, the FSM Congress shall enact legislation requiring all citizens and residents of the FSM to undergo testing, get vaccinated, and or wear a mask in public, and for every person entering the FSM to complete quarantine upon entry, end quote. Now therefore I, David W. Panuelo, President of the Federated States of Micronesia, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and the laws of the Federated States of Micronesia, do hereby proclaim July 12, 2021 as Lawday in the Federated States of Micronesia, and urge all citizens and residents, governments and private agencies and organizations in this country to commemorate this day in ways that promote and advocate respect for justice, rule of law, and good governance. In witness whereof, I have set my hand and affixed my signature hereto on the 17th day of May in the year of our Lord 2021. Signed, David W. Panuelo, President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Etkar. Introduction of debaters and coaches. I would like to call upon Mr. Belan Yoma.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. MC. First of all, I would like to also join the previous speakers in paying our respects and recognitions to all our honored guests, all citizens who are with us here in the FSM, and those who are tuned in virtually through our World Wide Web. Wherever you are, thank you very much for being with us. It is with great honor and privilege to introduce to you all the debate teams of the 2021 FSM National Law Day debates. These students' teams have worked countless hours for the past few months in preparation for these debates. They have researched, they have studied, they have debated within each of their states, and have won and have advanced to the national level. Student debaters, regardless of the results of today's debates, you guys are the winners. Without further ado, the debate teams from each of the states are representing the state of Chuk, our host state this year. Debaters are Ms. Aiko Nakayama and Ms. Melody Joy Biden. The alternate is Iverson Arungo. Their coach is Ms. Esther Mori Azor and assisted by Raisa Chewy Ruda. Can I ask that all the teams and the coaches from the state of Chuk to rise up so we could recognize you? Congratulations for your winning at the state debate. Thank you very much, Team Chuk. Representing the state of Yap, from Yap High School, debaters are Ms. Jamie Mayup and Ms. Evangeline Lewis Tinangak. The alternate is Ms. Lavicia Fiona Ilaraknan, and their coach is Tino Talait. Can I ask that the debaters and the coach stand up so all of those who are witnessing today's events to recognize you? Congratulations, Team Yap. Representing the state of Bombay, from the Bombay 7-Day Adventist School, the debaters are Mr. Eugene Paikalia and Mr. Marvin Russell Jr. The alternate is Ms. Caitlin Nanbay. The coaches are Mr. Layden Edward, assisted by Ms. Sofia Bacalando. Can you please stand so we can all recognize you? Thank you very much, Team Bombay. And representing the state of Koshai, from Koshai High School, the debaters are Ms. Lorinda Roxanne Mangaya and Ms. Chelseria Roby Nana. The alternate debater is Ms. Roshana Lean Edwin. The coaches are Ms. Evelyn Andon and Mr. Paul Jesse. Can you please all rise so all of us can recognize you? Thank you very much, Team Koshai. Congratulations. Thank you.
you very much, Mr. Yoma. I would like to call upon Mrs. Satrina Soichi to introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Nesaranim, Minsang Moag, Lenwo, and Mangating. On behalf of Chief Justice, the Honorable Dennis K. Yamase, Associate Justices, Honorable Carl Warswick, Honorable Wentworth, and Honorable Belcourt, Director of Court Administration, Mrs. Emiliana Mushashi Carl, and the staff of the FSM Judiciary, I am pleased to have the privilege of doing the brief introduction of the keynote speaker for today's event. Our keynote speaker for today's event is Mr. Daniel Rescue Jr., who is also called or known by his colleagues, associates, friends, coworkers, and I believe most of his clients as Jabo. Mr. Rescue Jr. was born on Faraton in Chuk State and grew up in the beautiful state of Hawaii, where he had his primary and secondary education. He went to college to pursue his education. He graduated with a Juris Doctor degree from Thomas Cooley School of Law in the year 2009. Mr. Rescue Jr. came back to the FSM and started his career with the executive first, with the government first, with the executive, where he served as an Assistant Attorney General for the Department of Justice, FSM government. He then continued his career with the judiciary, where he served as staff attorney for the FSM Supreme Court on June 15, 2012. Mr. Rescue Jr. promoted to the position of General Counsel on August 1st, 2014. On August 24, 2018, Mr. Rescue Jr. resigned from his position as General Counsel after accepting position with the Micronesian Legal Services Corporation as Directing Attorney for the Chuk Field Office. I join the many in admiring Mr. Rescue Jr. for his decision for taking the position with the MLSC so he could help or assist the Chukis people, most especially the less fortunate, the underrepresented litigants. Mr. Rescue Jr. became a member of the FSM Bar in 2010, and he's married to his beautiful wife, Marianne Marcus Rescue, and has 3 children. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the brief introduction of our keynote speaker. And may I please call upon Mr. Rescue Jr. to speak, and please join me in giving him a round of applause. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor and privilege for me to present to you our keynote speaker, Mr. Daniel Rescue Jr. Esquire. Mr. Daniel Rescue Jr.
Isho Oruk MC Momon Metos Medicine Shipu Apasat Kirisho Eri Samatskoto Nem Rerach Maran Bichokut Ubakom to Rowan Fervache Word to Rowan Shamonun Fervache Word to Ro Mayor Stephen Deputy Mayor Ivans Chairman Sauce Chief Justice will be Tori Roach, no we should wear a medicine, I to ro, fai roani. Popat to ro, one, Governor Naru, Lieutenant Governor William, Tori, Meruraju Executive Branch, Patiroan President Koni, Speaker Mersai, Merun Archway Legislative Branch, Patiroan Chief Justice Samuel, Tori Ruch, Associate Justices Medicine Noraju State Supreme Court, I to ro, Parfait Rwami. I would like to extend my respects to President Panuelo, Vice President George, and the entire FSM executive branch. I also extend my respects to Speaker Wesley Simona and our honorable congressmen in the FSM Congress and the rest of the FSM legislative branch. I also extend my respects to Chief Justice Dennis K. Amase and all associate justices of the FSM Supreme Court, and also to all those in attendance, and especially our debaters, debate coaches, family, friends, and supporters. My greetings and respect to you all, right and new. COVID, which stands for coronavirus disease, was first identified in the late 2019. That day changed the course of history, especially here in our islands. Our borders were closed, schools and offices altered their schedules, even custom and traditional activities and church functions, things that were a steadfast part of our daily lives, went through unprecedented changes. State and national task forces were created to respond to this pandemic and to ensure the safety and well-being of our citizens. As the number of deaths across the world went from hundreds to thousands and currently at 3.9 million deaths, we here in the FSM waited. We waited in fear of whether or not the disease will reach our shores. We waited in hope that our borders will open so that we may see our loved ones again. Most importantly, we waited with the courage to stand together as one nation, one Micronesia against this global pandemic. Today, before us, we have 4 debate teams and their coaches. We have some of the brightest students in all of the FSM. They are here to debate the topic, be it resolved that with regards to the current COVID-19 pandemic, the FSM Congress shall enact legislation requiring all citizens and residents of the FSM to undergo testing, get vaccinated, and/or wear a mask in public, and for every person entering the FSM to complete quarantine upon entry. At this point in our nation's history, this topic is very appropriate for all of us to consider. This pandemic will certainly raise legal issues in the near future. But for now, putting the topic of COVID-19 in the forefront is a way for us to move past this pandemic. We look forward to hearing sound arguments based on adequate legal research, points of views that will be educational and informative, and conclusions that will be both encouraging and reassuring. This pandemic has changed the way we think, the way we live, and the way we prepare for our future. It is important to thank our national and state leaders for their perseverance. Despite immense internal and external pressure, the FSM remains one of the last places on earth that is COVID-free. In closing, I would like to thank the FSM Supreme Court for sponsoring this year's Lawday, and I wish the debaters and the coaches the best of luck. Please show chapel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rescue Junior. At this time, I'd like to call upon the Honorable Larry M. Winward, Associate Justice of the Federal States of Micronesia Supreme Court and sitting judge in Duke State, for his closing remarks. Honorable Winward.
Let me acknowledge all the, not only our distinguished guests, but also the public in general. Welcome to our annual event. I seem to be assigned closing remarks fairly often, and I think that's because the first time I was assigned closing remarks, it was at a dinner for, I think it was actually my investiture, and I took one look around and said, there's plenty of food left over and it's all paid for. Just everybody grab some food and run. So then I get assigned this again. But everybody else has made these well-prepared speeches and knew exactly, all the previous speakers knew exactly what they're going to say. And then you get to me, and my remarks are a little more extemporaneous. Now, mind you, that doesn't mean I'm not prepared and didn't have an idea of what I was going to say. It's just it's subject to change. Now, when you listen to the debates, when we get to the main event, when you're done with all those ceremonial people, you'll get both. The debaters will have researched and be well prepared to be able to state their position for either side, whichever one they're assigned to debate. And then since they'll have a fair idea of what the other side might argue, because they've researched both sides, they'll be ready to respond. But every now and then, somebody on the other side sneaks in an argument or comes up with some facts they didn't expect. And then they're going to have to be a little extemporaneous and try to adapt. This is where the fun starts. We get to see how well they do. Now, I can just imagine now that all the debaters are going, you call that fun? I got something I'm not prepared for. Well, let me tell you what I wish for the debaters. I hope all of you debaters do well. Not only well, but I hope you all do so well that the judges have a very difficult time trying to decide who's the winner. Then I can sit back and go, I'm glad I'm not judging today. It's somebody else's problem. So let's get on to the main event. Let me return this over to the MC, Mr. Naroon, not Governor Naroon, Mr. Naroon, and he'll take us on to what we really came to hear.
Thank you very much, Honorable Winward. Lastly, but not the least, again, I would like to call upon Reverend Bradley Petrus for the benediction. Reverend Petrus.
Shall we again bow in prayer? Once again, precious Heavenly Father, we come to you asking for your help and blessings. We pray for guidance in the matters at hand, and we ask for strength needed for the day. May all these discussions be means to cause us to move forward, move us advance. We can see growth in all the areas of life. We pray at this moment that we bestow upon each of us and every one of us the blessing of the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of our Father, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you very much, Reverend Petrus. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes today's ceremony, and we are going to take a break before we start the FSM national debate. For those who wanted to stay and observe the national debate, among the best debaters in the Federal States of Micronesia, you can do so. Again, thank you very much.
Members, we will have a 5 minutes break. I ask that you all get refreshment or water before we continue.
You take away the camera from the debate. Chuk, Yap. They cannot talk.
No, it's them that they will unmute.
Okay. Ask them to unmute. Can you unmute your mics?
The question is, can you see this?
No.
Give me here.
Unmute. Roxanne.
See,
Rob Shield.
Give me here.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's good. Yeah.
There.
Here.
Aileen. Yes,
Yan, turn it to me, to me.
No. Include the debater.
wala yan.
Include the
The
debater.
debater should be always, no, debater. Katarino, put both of us in there. Yeah, there, like that.
Yes, George.
There, like that.
Chuk, can you see the sign start? I want,
Yeah.
Julie, I cannot see you. Wait, lang.
Yep.
Can you see that? Oh, that one is smaller? What about this?
Yep, can you answer me, please?
Yes.
Can you see this, can you see the writing in this?
Yes, 10
Yes.
minutes. Yeah.
What does it say? 10 minutes? 20 minutes?
10
Can you-
minutes.
10 minutes.
Kosha, we need to test this because you will need to look at the time while debating, everyone.
Tell me. On the
This one? 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. What title do you- what paper?
Testing, Kosha. Testing, Kosha. Can you hear us? Can you see what the sign is on my back? Can you tell me what's that? Can you see that? Kosha, can you say what's the sign they're holding on my back?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, Kulo. That means you can see from that far.
No, they didn't take you. Come again.
What?
Anong gawin? Ako lang, chok, nakakit.
We're afraid that we will start.
My question.
And we will start the debate. Hey, Mugul. Duo.
So, Vivi.
I need your help. Make sure the teams from Koshai don't have cell phone or computer while they're isolated in a separate room. All right, thank you.
I'm taking on.
Bakit? Kita lang na.
And is the microphone for Kosrai on the podium green, showing green, or it's showing red?
Come.
On the podium, on green or red? Is it on? A small microphone, is it showing green or showing red?
Rocky के लिए
What's wrong with the microphone?
Can you speak into the microphone?
Testing, testing.
Perfect. Okay, you're coming out here. Perfect. Okay, stand.
Oh. Masa nga ba record kaya ka? Oh. Ano ka na nga?
Please inform your the microphone, yeah?
Ano nangyayari? Teka. Wayan mo ako siya ngayon, ha? Ha? FYP eh.
Wait, was the principal here earlier?
Oh, wait, we're. It's connected to that. That one's.
Oh, the camera can see us.
With that.
Oh, it's still live. Oh. Are we on mute?
We're not muted, but the mics are off.
I keep on wearing my headphones.
Dude,
Dude, why?
That's what I meant.
I'm surprised no one has pointed that out.
When I activate.
I don't. Yeah, but like either way, this is a virtual event.
Chuk, Koshai, and Yap, we are starting in 2 minutes. So please prepare, get ready. All the teams, please have your seats. We have some things just to run over, and then the teams that are debating will be the ones still remaining. Those that are not debating will have to be excused.
Is this Mr. Lawday?
Okay, never mind.
What is that stone? Oh yeah, I knew it was a type of currency, but I was wondering why would it just be leaning on that pillar. Maybe it's that's the money's part of the yak structure. So that was what they used before. And it was that size.
Yep, you know.
That's something. Imagine all of us high schoolers started waving at them like good friends. That'd be cool. That would be cool instead of having tension like high school.
All right, I think we should go ahead and start. Our time now is already 11:30 here in Pohnpei and Koshai, and 10:30 in Chuk and Yap. Now, before we start, just something that I want to bring to the attention of the teams from Koshai and from Yap. If you notice, we have these uniforms that the National Lawday Coordinating Committee are using, and also the teams from Chuk and Pohnpei. Rest assured, the committee also prepared uniforms for Koshrai and for Yap. But unfortunately, because of the problems with CIA and the flights, we were not able to send in your uniforms. But we will send you your uniforms later on. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to apologize to teams Koshai and team Yap for the problem. Anyways, I think we are at the main event of the day. Before we start, just some things that I want to go over. We will have a total of 4 debates today. We will have 2 in the morning, and then we will have lunch break and 2 in the afternoon. Each side will be given the chance to argue for and against the proposition. Just some ground rules that I want to go over. Reading. Debaters cannot read their arguments directly. They may use index cards or any other printed materials or notes, short outlines. However, you are not allowed to use projectors in your debates. You are not allowed to use computers, iPads, smartphones, or other digital technologies. Interruptions. Debaters must be respectful for the other teams when the other side is debating, please be respectful. Changing of the topic, modifying the debate topic, or the opponent's arguments may result in point deductions. During the first 3 debates, if your team is not debating, you will not be allowed to sit in or watch the debates. Debate teams who are not debating will be secluded into a waiting area designated by the Lawday Coordinating Committee or the Supreme Court's staff. While in seclusion, you are not allowed to use phones, laptops, iPads, or the radio to go online and to listen to the ongoing debates. Our first debate this morning will be between the state of Koshai, who is debating for the proposition, proponents, and the state of Yap. So at this time, I would like to ask the committee members to escort teams that are not debating to their waiting areas, Team Chuk and Team Bombay. Thank you very much. The first debate will be between the state of Koshai and the state of Yap. Representing the state of Koshai from Koshai High School are Ms. Lorinda Roxanne Mangaya and Ms. Chel Syria Robinena. Please, if I pronounce your names incorrectly, please feel free to stand up and correct me before you start your debates, okay? And their alternate is Ms. Rashana Lee Edwin. Debaters from YAP who will be debating against the proposition in the first debate. The debaters are Jamie Moyab and Ms. Evangeline Lewis Tinagak. Please stand up and correct me. I know I am probably pronouncing it wrong. When you start your debates, please correct me so everybody can know that. Okay, and their alternate is Ms. Lavicia Fiona. Ms. Lavicia Fiona. Okay, all right. Our debate proposition or the topic for the day is now therefore be it resolved that with regards with the current COVID-19 pandemic, the FSM Congress shall enact legislation requiring all citizens and residents of the FSM to undergo testing, get vaccinated, and or wear a mask in public, and for every person entering the FSM to complete quarantine. Okay, teams, are you ready? Koshai, you ready? Yep. Okay, let's start. At this time, I would like to invite Team Koshai for your introduction. You have 3 minutes. Our timekeeper for today is Ms. Joylyn Wichep Jacob. She will be flashing you the time cards when to start and when to stop and warn you notify you on how much time you have left. Our judges for this debate are Ms. Tammy Davis, General Counsel for the FSM Supreme Court, Ms. Carlila Edgar, Staff Attorney for the FSM Supreme Court, and Mr. Ben Enlet, Staff Attorney. Thank you very much. Team Koshai.
At this moment of uncertainty, fear, and vulnerability due to this pandemic, we strongly believe that legislation is a required solution to save lives. Before I go on with today's debate, I would like to take this moment to thank our Heavenly Father for His good guidance and blessings upon us, and also for giving me the opportunity to stand here with you all today. Thank God, and may He be with us throughout this debate. I would like to thank each and every one of you who has come to witness today's debate. To our worthy opponents, and of course, my special recognition and appreciation goes to our honorable judges. The names are in the Roxanne, and I'm here with my debate partner, Ms. Chelsea Rianlena. We come as the proponents for today's theme, which state, and I quote, "Now, therefore, be it resolved, but with regards to the current COVID-19 pandemic, FSM Congress shall enact legislation requiring all citizens and residents of the FSM to undergo testing, get vaccinated, and or wear a mask in public, and for every person entering the FSM to complete quarantine upon entry." We come as the proponents for today's theme representing Koshai High School, the home of the sleeping lady. Well, WHO states, and I quote, "Now, FSM is once again COVID-19 free." That doesn't mean we have to take advantage of it. We have to be prepared in order to keep our citizens safe and our home islands even more safe. Enact legislation for the people's safety. Enact these procedures for a better understanding. And lastly, enact legislation to keep Micronesia COVID-free. Each point will be later explained. Therefore, I will close my introduction with this. COVID-19 does not negotiate. COVID-19 does not discriminate. So are you willing to take that risk? Will you be part of the society that waits until it's too late, or not? Thank you.
Opponents of the proposition, Team Yap, you have 3 minutes for your introduction.
Good morning, everyone. My partner and I will be debating against the proposition, which states, and I quote, "Now, therefore, be resolved that with regards to the current COVID-19 pandemic, the FSM Congress shall enact legislation requiring all citizens and residents of the FSM to undergo testing, get vaccinated, and or wear a mask in public, and for every person entering the FSM to complete quarantine upon entry." End quote. Yes, there is a possibility that by enacting this legislation, it would pave a road for a protected community against the COVID-19 virus, for the safety of the citizens and residents here in the FSM. However, how would it even be effective with the consequences towards the citizens, the residents, or even the economy? With these thoughts in mind, first of all, the enactment of this legislation would not be efficient due to the FSM's lack of facilities and resources. Our country has insufficient amounts of resources and are currently using them for the sake of the safety measures mentioned in the resolution. Secondly, the regulations as in getting tested, getting vaccinated, wearing of masks, and completing quarantine upon entry all has deficiencies, which results the efficacy to lessen. Finally, there are better approaches, or rather alternatives, to approach this challenge rather than enactment of this legislation. For instance, the mandated restriction of incoming passengers has been the primary contribution in keeping the nation free from COVID. So, is it really mandatory to enact a law? That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Yap, for your introduction. At this time, we will hear the main argument. Proponents of the proposition, Team Kushai, you have 15 minutes to deliver your main argument.
For our main argument, our first point is save lives. I repeat, enact legislation to save lives. Legislation will not guarantee to save all lives, but it will help our people to understand that this pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, is a serious issue, not to us Micronesians only, but the entire world. You might be asking yourselves, why enact legislation for COVID-19 procedures when we are a COVID-free nation? Well, since we still don't have a cure, we can use legislation to mandate these procedures to reduce the risk of low-level cases, which is according to WHO and CDC. With this legislation, it also allows the local authority and the police to control the recovery damages and losses, which will manage this issue at an early stage. Looking at April 23, 2021, according to CDC and WHO, the confirmed cases in the US is 817,420, which this is a 7 days average. If we divide this 817,420 by 7 to find out a 1 day's average, that would be 116,774 per day. And in June 27, 2021, the 7 days average of confirmed cases was 351,915, which is 50,274 cases per day. Our current population in the FSM is 113,815. Comparing the confirmed cases in the US and our current population, if or when COVID strikes, our population will be totally wiped out, just by looking at the statistics of confirmed cases in the US versus our population. How long will it take to wipe us out? Well, judges, guess. 1 day average rate in the US, which is 113,815. How many days is that to wipe out 113,815 population in FSM? If you do the math, you will come up with 1 or 2 days. Take a look at Brazil and India. These two places are the second and third highest confirmed cases in the entire world. Why? Because Brazil and India, they do not take the vaccination seriously. So they have the highest rate of death due to COVID-19. On to main point number 2. Practice COVID procedures for better understanding. I repeat, practice COVID procedures for better understanding. Our borders are closed now, but how long do you think we can survive economically and socially with our closed borders? We will eventually open up our borders. We need to develop our poor country and bring in our loved ones who have been stranded abroad for a very long time. To be specific, 1.5 years. According to the second president of the United States, John Adams stated in his autobiography, and I quote, "Practice makes perfect," end quote. Don't you think so? We need practice in order to be better at whatever it is we are doing. Keep in mind that this pandemic is new, and for that, we do not seek progress yet, but encourage practice. According to CDC, Quarantine is used to isolate those who have been or might as well been affected by the virus away from others. So why deny these procedures if this is our only chance to prevent the COVID-19 virus? Again, according to CDC and WHO, these procedures are the only ways to prevent us from getting the COVID-19 virus. Our last point, to keep Micronesia COVID-free. According to the FSM preamble, last stanza, last line, which states, and I quote, "We become the proud guardian of our own islands now and forever," end quote. Guardians? How can we be proud guardians if we are denying a legislation? How can we deny that, which is our only hope, solution, and method for survival? As I stated in my second point, I repeat, CDC and WHO encourage these procedures because these are the only ways to prevent us from getting the virus. We need a game changer, and the only game changer we have now is the vaccination. Many fear to get vaccinated, but according to WHO, an article written in June 17, 2021, the rates of infection post-vaccination are likely to be very low. However, out of a sample of 297,493 people who have been vaccinated, 0.5% were subsequently found to have a new infection of this virus. According to FDA, Food and Drug Administration, the Moderna vaccine distributed to FSM is 95% effective. And that is more than enough, don't you think? When this vaccine was distributed in April 23, 2021, there were 817,420 confirmed cases. June 27, 2021, there were 351,915 confirmed cases. And that is a huge change. 817,420 confirmed cases to 351,915 cases, which are more than half the amount. The world is suffering both economically and socially from this pandemic. And the only game changer right now is the procedures we get from CDC and WHO, who we all depend on during this difficult situation. A little something is better than nothing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Koshai, for your main argument. At this time, we will hear a rebuttal. Team Yap, you have 5 minutes for your rebuttal.
Thank you, proponents, for your main argument. I'd like to address your points. Your first point is for the saving lives. Your second point is to practice the COVID-19 procedures for a better understanding. And your last point, if I heard correctly, is to keep our nation free from COVID by practicing these points. So I'd like to address your first point. You have mentioned in your first point, or you have stated no cure but other the vaccines. The vaccinations, as you have mentioned, is 95% overall efficacy. Is that not enough? Indeed, it is enough. However, the efficacy varies between individuals. And we still don't know the underlying symptoms or possible causes against these vaccines. Secondly, you have mentioned or questioned the recovery damage that the police officers will address when we enact this legislation. However, the FSM, government, and economy is not ready to open their borders to bring home loved ones. The FSM government is still practicing and ordering each other to practice the regulations in order to open our borders. However, we're still not meeting the standards. For instance, Yap State. The task force on Yap State is still failing to meet the procedures. And by enacting this legislation, such as the last part of the legislation, it mentions the complete quarantine upon entry. Even if quarantine, we can still have a lack of, how should I say? We cannot open our borders due to the fact, even if we quarantine, one can slip through and it will affect our numbers. As you have mentioned, there's 116,000 deaths per day in the US. However, FSM also, as you have mentioned, is 113,815 population. So if we enact this legislation and we do not have the facilities, as I've mentioned before, we're lacking them, we are not prepared. Rather, we are endangering our citizens and residents here in the FSM. Secondly, you have mentioned need to develop to bring in our loved ones. I have mentioned that before. If we're not developed, even though we're practicing, if we're not ready to meet the standards that our government alone is setting for us to meet the CDC and WHO standards, we are not ready. We need to keep practicing. So is it really mandatory to enact the law? Practice makes perfect. That is a statement you have also said, and you have encouraged practice. That is also true. However, we need to also address the fact that we need to not enact a law where it's putting our citizens and residents in a state of panic. Because it could be perceived, this law is perceived as not clear. We are enacting a law where it's not vague or not lucid and transparent enough. And then you have also said the game changer is the vaccination, and a little something is better than nothing. Indeed, a little something is better than nothing, but a little something can change the whole system. One person can get infected, infect the whole population here in the FSM, and then the whole system in the FSM is changed. So we have to be prepared, indeed. But however, is it mandatory to enact this law when we're not even prepared to meet the standards, to meet the regulations? If we do not have the facilities, how can we be prepared? That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Yap, for your rebuttal. At this time, I will invite Team Koshai for your response. Team Koshai or proponents, you have 3 minutes to respond to the rebuttal. 3 minutes.
Honorable judges, fellow contenders, ladies and gentlemen. I can see that you are trying to attack our main point number 1. Yes, we said that the only game changer is the vaccine. And a little something is better than nothing. We have to expect the unexpected. How do you expect us to get ready and understand this virus when you guys are fighting against legislation? We need to enact legislation to save the lives, all lives matter. 95% is enough than the 5% you're fighting for. Medical doctor Niraj Patel once said, if allergies in general is rare, if that's what you're trying to say when you said something about not everyone can go on with these procedures. We need to keep Micronesia COVID-free. So the only way is to enact legislation. Practice makes perfect. We have to expect the unexpected. And CDC also mentioned that the testing is the only way to tell and to know if someone has COVID virus, and there's no other way. So FSM citizens, keep in mind, we may be COVID-free, but we cannot take advantage of that. We have to protect our people. We have to let them know that we are protecting them by enacting legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Koshai, for your response. At this time, I would like to invite Team Yap. Team Yap, you have 15 minutes for your main argument.
As opponents, we oppose this resolution for the following reasons: the availability of resources, the deficiencies of the regulations, and the option to look at other alternatives. First of all, the FSM must not enact this legislation. Why? Because the FSM lacks the resources to reach the requirements for this legislation to be in place. And in addition, even without this legislation, the FSM still lacks the number of resources needed to battle the COVID-19 pandemic when it enters our nation. The US government and Embassy Colonia, as well as China and other nations, are working closely together with the FSM to prepare for and respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. The United States, through CDC, is supporting COVID-19 testing, as well as developing continuous, refined emergency plan for the FSM. The US response in the Pacific Island countries is currently prioritizing the FSM, with whom we have a uniquely close relationship rooted in the free association and long-standing public health programs. According to OCHA services, China have also given assistance in donating masks, protective suits, gloves, and an additional of $50,000 cash donation. This is only their second wave of assistance, as they provided the first wave of $100,000 financial support and an additional $150,000 for the purpose of equipment for the first responders. US Department of Health and Human Services received a share of the US government's recent supplemental funding package for coronavirus related research and assistance, and had given FSM an amount of $420,402. Now, with a small country as ours with a population of 114,700, only 37% have been fully vaccinated. In regard to the declaration of public health emergency, it is the intent of the FSM national government to achieve a 70% vaccination rate amongst its eligible population. As the FSM is a developing country, it faces challenges in terms of both human resources and financial capacity. So, requiring all of the citizens and residents of the FSM to get vaccinated to reach this percentage will only devastate the limited amount of health workers we have in the FSM, and also pushing the FSM to use up the other donations from the nations, as I have previously mentioned. We clearly do not have the manpower alone to enforce a legislation that requires every citizen and resident of the FSM to get vaccinated, tested, or quarantined. Under these circumstances, how long is the FSM going to stay dependent on other nations for their financial support and donations required for the regulations to be carried out? Will the FSM be able to handle standing on its own to battle the COVID-19 without the help of other nations? Secondly, the safety protocols mentioned in the legislation have faults. Number one is the vaccine. Indeed, vaccines are meant to provide reassuring protection for the citizens and residents of the FSM. However, how long is that sense of security going to last? According to World Economic Forum, experts do not know yet how long the COVID-19 vaccines will be effective. The Pfizer CEO, Albert Bourla, said, and I quote, "It may be decades or a matter of months. The data necessary to figure that out is accumulating every day," end quote. In correspondence, World Health Organization said, and I state, and I quote, "Because COVID vaccines have only been developed in a time period less than a year, It is too early to know the duration of protection of the COVID-19 vaccines, end quote. Provided this, it is apparent that these vaccines exist only as a short-term solution and the long-term solution remains unclear. In addition to the questionable duration of the COVID-19 vaccines, there's also the matter of these vaccines being effective. Unlike other vaccines that took about 10 or more years to develop, the COVID-19 vaccines took less than a year. According to Wellcome Trust, the discovery and research phase is normally 2 to 5 years. Seeing as the COVID-19 vaccines was developed in such a short time, it is bound to arouse questions of its accuracy and its adverse reactions. With this said, there's also the matter of the efficacy of the two vaccines available in the FSM. These vaccines are the Moderna and Janssen by Johnson & Johnson, and they do not reach an efficacy rate of 100%. The Moderna vaccine only reaches an efficacy rate of 96%, while Janssen by Johnson & Johnson reaches an efficacy rate of 65%, according to CDC, are known as Center for Prevention and Disease Control. Overall, the speculations and scenarios surrounding these vaccines are reasons why this regulation must not come to pass. The second regulation is the mask. Although it is a simple regulation to abide by, it still does not change the fact that it brings complications. Should the mandate come to pass, shouldn't all the residents and citizens of the FSM be able to wear a mask without excluding anyone for the sake of their health safety? First of all, there is an exception of those who can wear a mask. These people are children under the age of 2, people with disabilities, and people who might create a risk to workplace safety or job duty as determined by workplace risk assessment. To elaborate more on this, toddlers under the age of 2 cannot wear a mask. Why? Because they have smaller airways and so they have a high risk of suffocation. People with disabilities such as asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or other respiratory disabilities may not be able to wear a mask because of the difficulty in impaired breathing. As for the risk in workplace, some jobs do not allow the use of masks, as for instance, the straps might get caught in machinery or any other risk of heat-related illness. These are the people exempt from wearing a mask. Then how about those who can? Those who wear a mask, there can be impaired communication, meaning that there will be difficulty in maintaining a conversation due to the obstructiveness of the mask. Additionally, wearing a mask can force people to inadvertently draw closer during their conversations. According to Antonio Lazzarino, medical doctor and epidemiologist of the College of London, and I quote, "The quality and volume of speech between two people wearing a mask is considerably compromised as they may unconsciously come closer," end quote. Not only that, but also wearing a mask can foster a false sense of security, making people feel as if they do not need to follow the other safety regulations. As a result, there is a risk of getting infected. The third regulation is the undergoing of testing. There are currently 3 types of testing for the COVID-19, and they are the molecular, the antigen, and the antibody tests. The molecular tests detect RNA from the SARS-CoV-2 virus to diagnose an active or acute COVID-19 infection, and with it has disadvantages in terms of the accuracy of the RT-PCR results, which rely heavily on sample collection timing, type, storage handling, and processing. According to World Health Organization, the tests diagnose active infection only. They cannot detect whether an individual was infected previously. A false negative result is possible if the sample isn't properly obtained or if an individual is tested too early after exposure to the virus or too late into their infection. New minimally invasive methods have emerged, such as nasal, throat, saliva, and self-administered swabs. They are available, but they have limitations. For example, molecular diagnostic tests are complicated and expensive to perform. They require laboratory personnel who are competent using specialized lab equipment and reagents, requirements that FSM is not able to provide. As for antigen tests, despite its fast turnaround time for testing results, a significant disadvantage is the lack of widely available and affordable at-home testing kits in some communities. Most antigen tests are performed at a hospital, clinic, or pharmacy and require travel time to and from the testing site. Moreover, a Cochrane systematic review of 22 antigen tests found that sensitivity varied from 0% to 94%. That's an average of 56.2%. False negative results can also occur if samples do not have a sufficient amount of viral protein to yield a positive test, making this test less sensitive and less accurate. For the antibody testing, a significant limitation of the antibody test is the correlation of the antibody levels with immunity is uncertain. Testing positive for IgG antibodies, which indicates recovery from the COVID-19, does not guarantee immunity from infection. Because individuals with IgG antibodies may still carry and transmit the virus, they should continue to follow CDC guidelines regarding hand hygiene and social distancing. To further complicate antibody testing, some individuals do not develop detectable IgG antibodies or IgM antibodies after infection. This means that the absence of detectable antibodies does not rule out a previous COVID-19 infection. Currently, over 100 antibody tests are available or in development. They do not all have the same level of sensitivity and specificity. Relying on antibody tests to make decisions about individual immunity or back to work orders is problematic. Also, according to US Food and Drug Administration, the antibody testing is currently not recommended to assess the level of immunity or protection from the COVID-19 virus at any time, especially after the person received a COVID-19 vaccination. This information was updated as of May 19, 2021. For the fourth and last regulation is the quarantine. In accordance to the National Library of Medicine, and I quote, in spite of the fact that quarantine is applied as an important and primary solution, it may not be free of negative effects on individuals and public health, end quote. In general, there are major drawbacks of the quarantine. The first being depression and anxiety. A constant feeling of isolation is a byproduct of quarantine and therefore will cause mental problems. Second is the lack of medical attention. As quarantine is imposed to fight against one particular disease, which is the COVID-19 virus, all medical problems or other medical problems ailing people are overlooked as all focus is on the particular COVID-19 virus. With this intention, if this regulation were to be mandated, what would become of the FSM who have a limited amount of health workers? For the third and last reason, there are better alternatives to look at rather than mandating the regulations stated in the proposition. An important fact to keep in mind is that FSM is still a COVID-19 free country and has remained as is despite the developed vaccine appearance in our country. This is made possible because the FSM is still sticking to the status quo of practicing social distancing, safety hand washing, restrictions on traveling, as well as being educated on the effects of COVID-19. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Yap, for your main argument. At this time, I will invite Team Koshrai for your rebuttal. Team Koshrai, proponents rebuttal, you have 5 minutes to rebut.
Thank you for the main argument. If I heard correctly, you said lack the resources. Well, have you heard about the word budget cuts? According to the Director of Finance in Kushai, the amount of funds given to the FSM for this pandemic is $21,447,098 only for this pandemic. I don't know what, but you guys are saying lack the resources. That's why we're being funded. And you also said something about 30%. 30% of people getting vaccinated. Well, according to the Director of Health in Kushai, the amount of people vaccinated in the FSM is 50%. The CDC guidelines also mentioned that testing is the only way to know if someone is infected. So, are you willing to be part of the society that waits until it's too late? That's why we said practice for a better understanding. We need to enact legislation for a better understanding for people to know that they are safe. The CDC updated its guidelines, advised on use of face masks by the general public 14, that you could spread COVID-19 to others even if you do not feel sick. So how do you think you will know that you have this virus if you do not get tested? Everyone should wear a cloth face mask covering when they have to go in public. For example, to the grocery stores or to pick up the other necessities. The cloth face mask is meant to protect others in case you are infected. So get tested, get vaccinated, wear a mask, and complete quarantine. We cannot close our borders forever. We have to open up. As we all know, we depend on the other countries for those basic necessities such as food and all. To our knowledge, there are no trials of cloth face masks in general, but I can see that you are fighting for it. A longitudinal analogy study from Hong Kong, conducted before and after the introduction of a range of non-pharmaceutical measures, including masks for the public, suggested that these seemed to help to contain the pandemic. The face of a pandemic, the search for perfect evidence, may be the enemy of good policy. So yes, you are fighting a good policy It is time to act without waiting for a random control trial evidence. The precautionary principle states we should sometimes act without definite evidence just in case. So I stated before, we should expect the unexpected for the safety of our people and for a better understanding and to keep Micronesia COVID-free. All we seek is the freedom, the love, friendship, and cooperation of each nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Koshai, for the rebuttal. At this time, I would like to invite Team Yap. Team Yap, you have 3 minutes for your response.
Thank you, my opponent. I would like to answer now my points that you have addressed. For the lack of resources that I have stated, you said that we are receiving 21 million from other nations. However, what I meant to imply is that how long is the FSM going to stay dependent on other nations? We also do not know how long it will take for this legislation to be put into place. Also, I did state that 37% of the population of FSM had been fully vaccinated. You attacked that saying that it was 50%. I said 37% of the adult population has the Moderna and Pfizer vaccine can only vaccinate the adults here in the FSM. Instead to expect the unexpected, you are ignoring the fact that these regulations, I stated they have disadvantages. If we are implying to have this regulation for the safety of the people, how does that make sense if the regulations themselves also harms the people? My partner will further elaborate what I meant to say. As my partner has mentioned, the efficacy of each regulation mentioned lessens. So how can we enact the legislation if the efficacy has deficiencies? And the deficiencies can affect the people. You also mentioned expect the unexpected. Indeed, we cannot expect the unexpected. However, how can we prepare for it if we're not even ready? That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Yap, for your response. We will now move on to the summations. Each side will have 4 minutes to do their summations or conclusions. First, I would like to invite proponents. Team Koshai, you have 4 minutes for your conclusion.
Judges, ladies, and gentlemen, once again, before I end today's debate, I would like to leave a reminder for you all. Let us take us back to the FSM preamble, and I quote, "We extend to all nations what we seek from each, peace, friendship, cooperation, and love in our common humanity." End quote. Peace. We will not live in peace if this virus strikes. We will live in peace if and when we apply safety to our lives, which this safety is legislation on COVID-19 procedures. Friendship. We, FSM citizens, strive to create stronger bonds to other nations and around us. And we will not be friendly if we do not abide by these procedures, and we are not cooperating if we do not follow and practice these procedures at all. Love. If we love one another, then we must enact legislation to protect and keep Micronesia COVID-free. More than half of the world's population depend on CDC and WHO to find a cure and solution for this pandemic. And CDC and WHO are depending on us people to follow these procedures. The only way we, FSM citizens, can guarantee to follow these procedures is to enact legislation for these procedures. Thank you. Kulam alab.
Thank you very much, Team Koshai, for your conclusion. At this time, I would like to invite Team Yap. You have 4 minutes for your conclusion.
The FSM Congress are intending to enact a law instructing all citizens and residents of the FSM to undergo regulations stated in the proposition. Indeed, the legislation may intend to prioritize the people's safety by providing both protection and prevention measures. However, by enacting this law, we are overlooking the issue that the FSM alone lacks the facilities and resources. For instance, the ability to accommodate certain vaccines and testing equipment. Furthermore, the FSM lacks the facilities to house incoming passengers from countries with active COVID cases. Secondly, the regulations have deficiencies, which in return lessens the purpose, or rather the effectiveness of each one. Finally, there are other alternatives to approach the issue at hand, such as sticking to the status quo, where our borders remain closed and continue having restrictions on flights. Another alternative is to look at Palau, for example. Palau government did not enact a law. Rather, they wait until the population has been 90% effective, fully vaccinated. Furthermore, considering the fact that the FSM is relying on the other countries such as US and China, how long will the FSM remain dependent? Indeed, we receive the aid from these countries when in times of adversity. However, to what extent will the aid and the treaties last? So now, the people and government of the FSM should find ways to create revenue. This is the time where the FSM government can envision their capability to become monetarily and economically independent. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Yap, for your conclusion. I will now open up the floor to the judges. Judges, if you have any comments, this is your time.
Hello, students. Can you hear me? Nope, are we on mute? We're good. Okay. I think as a group, we have mostly decided to restrain ourselves on questions. I just want to say that you guys did a fantastic job. Thank you for your thoughtful presentations, and thank you for participating in the debates. We appreciate it, and we think that you are awesome. That's it.
Thank you very much. No more comments from the judges? Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes our first debate between the state of Koshai and the state of Yap. Let's congratulate them for the outstanding performance by giving them a big round of applause, please. Our next debate will be between the state of Pohnpei and the state of Chuk. At this time, I would like to ask court staff in the states of Yap and Koshai to please escort the teams that have just debated into a secluded area. And I would like to ask staff in Pohnpei and Chuk to bring in the debaters for the next debate. Thank you. We will have 1 or 2 minutes break, and then we will start the second debate. Thank you.
Kailangan Joy. Kailangan Joy.
Saan mo ito, ma'am? Ganun siya. Okay, chicken bomb.
Guys, don't buy.
Oh. Why don't you?
Team Chuk, are you ready? Okay. Bombay? Yan. All right, thank you very much. Welcome to the second debate of the day. Our second debate will be between the state of Chuk and the state of Bombay. Chuk team will be proponents debating for the proposition, and Bombay team will be the opponents debating against the proposition. From Chuk, the team from Chuk is from Chuk High School. The debaters are Aiko Nakayama and Melody Choi Python. Alternate is Iverson Arango. And debating from Bombay, our debaters are Mr. Eugene Galia, right? Galia and Mr. Marvin Russell. And their alternate is Caitlin Nanbe. Our judges for the second debate are Ms. Tama Davis, General Counsel for the Office of Supreme Court, Mr. Greg Revner, Staff Attorney for the Office of Supreme Court, and Ellet Jr., Staff Attorney for the Office of Supreme Court. And our timer is Ms. Joylyn Widgett. For the first part of the debate, introductions, each side will have 3 minutes for their introductions. At this time, I would like to invite the proponents of the proposition. Team Chuk, you have 3 minutes for your introduction. Our timekeeper will be flashing you the cards when to start and when to stop. Thank you.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, judges and worthy opponents. Welcome to this year's national debate. My partner, Aiko Nekeyama, and I, Melody Joy Payton, are the proponents of this year's debate. The resolution for today's debate is, and I quote, "Now therefore be it resolved that with regards to the current COVID-19 pandemic, the FSM Congress shall enact legislation requiring all citizens and residents of the FSM to undergo testing, get vaccinated, and/or wear a mask in public, and for every person entering the FSM to complete quarantine upon entry." We strongly support the legislation to be enacted for 2 reasons. First, the legislation further betters the safety of the population by the 4 measures it provides: wearing masks, getting vaccinated, undergoing testing, and completing quarantine upon entry. And to our last point, the legislation establishes a stronger approach to COVID alongside 2 of FSM's current COVID-19 procedures, such as social distancing and quarantining with testing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Chuk, for your introduction. At this time, I would like to invite the opponents of the proposition. Team Bombay, you have 3 minutes for your introduction.
Good morning, honorable judges, worthy opponents, ladies and gentlemen. Warm greetings and my humble respects to everyone. I thank you for this opportunity to debate on a very important topic that is very relevant to this nation, especially when it involves the global COVID-19 pandemic. The proposition is, now, therefore, be it resolved, with regards to the current COVID-19 pandemic, the FSM Congress shall enact legislation requiring all citizens and residents of the FSM to undergo testing, get vaccinated, and/or wear a mask in public, and for every person entering the FSM to complete quarantine upon entry. Testing, vaccination, the wearing of masks, and quarantining are all important tools in our arsenal to combat the COVID-19 virus. And our team is not opposed to any of these practices. However, what we are against is making these practices mandatory by law. That is the issue here. The negative team will show you that by supporting this proposition and making testing, vaccination, the wearing of masks, and quarantining for incoming persons mandatory is both illogical and unwise. My team and I do not support the proposition because it is unconstitutional, ineffective, unsustainable, and inefficient. In support of our proposition, we respectfully offer the following reasons. Number 1, mandatory vaccination is unconstitutional. This means that it violates a person's right to privacy, right to due process, and right to be protected by law. The FSM Constitution guarantees these fundamental rights, which the affirmative side seeks to destroy and throw away. Number 2, mandatory vaccination is ineffective, meaning to say it will not increase the vaccination rate because people are against it, and they will be afraid to take the vaccine when they are forced to. Number 3, enforcing these mandates is an inefficient use of the FSM's resources and is a foolish way of handling the COVID-19 pandemic. Number 4, these mandates should be left to the states to decide and not Congress. And lastly, number 5, these mandates are unsustainable because at this point in time, the FSM does not have the necessary and essential resources to implement such a mandate. Ladies and gentlemen, we must not be ignorant. We must make a wise decision based on facts and logic, not based on emotions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Pompey, for your introduction. At this time, I would like to invite the proponents of the proposition. You have 15 minutes for your main argument. Team Chuk.
Good morning, judges, audience, and worthy opponents. I, Aiko Nakayama, am the representative of the proponent team. I will further elaborate on the 2 points my partner Melody Joy Payton has stated and their subpoints to support our standing on why we are for the resolution and support the enactment of this law. Judges, Guam is one of the main islands that connects us to the US. Additionally, the islands of Guam are of high risk, having had 9,313 cases and 141 deaths as of June 29, 2021, as according to the New York Times' latest COVID-19 cases count. It is currently the only route to the FSM, as according to the Island Hopper route as of 2021. As the FSM continues to conduct repatriations to bring back citizens from abroad, it is inevitable that COVID-19 will reach our shores. However, we cannot stay locked down forever as our own citizens are stranded outside our borders. The FSM national government addresses this on their official site. It states, the FSM cannot remain locked down for long, knowing that many of our citizens, and residents are stranded overseas, end quote. Furthermore, we cannot sit and wait for COVID-19 to reach us without the proper preparations. We must take action now and prepare for COVID-19, which brings us to my first point. The law both prepares the citizens and minimizes the impact and spread of COVID-19. As I've stated, the law further betters the people's safety. In what way? By the prevention measures it provides. Let me define the meaning of prevention according to the Oxford Dictionary. Prevention is defined as actions aimed towards eradicating, eliminating, or minimizing the impact of disease and disability, end quote. Additionally, there are 4 effective factors of the legislation as stated in the resolution: wearing masks, getting vaccinated, getting tested, and quarantining upon entry to the FSM are required as they can further contribute to minimizing the impact of COVID-19 in our states. For one, wearing masks, as required by the law, can minimize the amounts of potential cases we face in the event of COVID-19 spreading within our states. According to the CDC, masks are a simple barrier to help prevent your respiratory droplets from reaching others. The CDC also states that there are studies that show that masks reduce the spread of droplets when you talk, sneeze, cough, or sing. Moreover, according to a study done in Beijing, China by a group of researchers, Yu Wang, on the reduction of secondary transmission of SARS-CoV-2 in households by face mask use, disinfection, and social distancing, included 124 Beijing households with 1 or more confirmed cases of COVID-19. Mask use by the infected patient and family members before they developed symptoms reduced COVID transmission in the households by 79%. Additionally, there is evidence that COVID-19 mask mandates are effective. Such evidence is the study on Jena, a city in Germany, which implemented public mask wearing since last April. The study found that mask usage led to a 15% to 75% decrease in new COVID-19 cases within 3 weeks. As the data suggests, the usage of masks will benefit the population's safety more than cause harm. Not only masks, we must get tested to further better the people's safety and keep the states one step ahead in containing COVID-19 cases in the event of a COVID outbreak in our states. We must implement and enforce both the law and the requirements of testing among our states to better the measures in detecting and isolating infected COVID-19 cases. From an interview with Dr. Durina Fred, we found that the FSM has 3 types of diagnostic tests available, which identify current COVID infections. The tests are Gene Expert, Binax, and a bot ID.
The test will help identify whether travelers or people who've come in contact with them are infected with COVID-19 and will benefit the effort to backtrack the transmissions in the event that COVID-19 reaches our shores. Moreover, stated by Dr. Eduardo Sanchez, when a communicable disease outbreak begins, the ideal response is for public health officials to begin testing for it early. That leads to quick identification of cases, quick treatment for those people, and immediate isolation to prevent spread. Early testing also helps identify anyone who came in contact with the people, so they too can be quickly treated, end quote. As such, identified people who have contracted COVID-19 will receive the necessary treatment as according to the FSM COVID-19 guidelines. It should be noted that FSM citizens can be tested using the available PCR diagnostic test in our hospitals. According to the National Institute on Aging, U.S. Department of Health and Human Resources, a positive test early in the course of an illness enables individuals to isolate themselves, reducing the chances that they will affect others and allowing them to seek treatment earlier, end quote. Not only people suspected or infected with COVID-19 be able to get treated, but they will be able to self-isolate themselves in the case that they have other household members living with them to decrease the chance of transmitting the disease to them. Furthermore, requiring citizens and residents of the FSM to take COVID-19 vaccines available to the public is crucial towards preparation for COVID-19. How? By having a greater amount of the population vaccinated and immune to the transmission of COVID-19, we can achieve herd immunity. To clarify the meaning of herd immunity, as defined by Johns Hopkins, is when most of the population is immune to an infectious disease, this provides indirect protection or population immunity, also known as herd immunity or herd protection, to those who are not immune to the disease, end quote. It should be noted that herd immunity benefits people such as the sick, the elderly, and the children. The available vaccines are the Moderna and J&J, also known as the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which have 94.1% and 66.3% effectiveness respectively, according to the CDC's COVID-19 vaccine overview and safety. While the Moderna vaccine is 27.8% more effective than the J&J vaccine, the J&J still passes the FDA vaccine requirement for their 50% efficiency threshold for vaccines. Lastly, quarantining travelers who come into our states should be mandatory. Quarantining is used for people who have been exposed to suspected COVID-19 cases. Before I begin further explanation, let me clarify the 3 types of COVID-19 cases, which are stated in an article by Charlotte Edmond on the difference between asymptomatic, pre-symptomatic, and symptomatic. One being asymptomatic cases, which are people who test positive for COVID-19 without exhibiting any symptoms and have a very mild form of the disease. The second being pre-symptomatic cases, which are people who have contracted COVID-19 and have been infected for 1 to 14 days without exhibiting symptoms yet. And lastly, symptomatic cases, which are people who have contracted COVID-19 and exhibit symptoms. Also, travelers who come from the outside of the FSM are more likely to be exposed to COVID-19. Introducing quarantine measures early in an outbreak may delay the introduction of a disease to a country and/or may delay the peak of an epidemic in an area where local transmission is ongoing. How does quarantining minimize the impact of COVID-19? As I stated, by lowering the possibility of transmission. As stated in a study by Switzerland researchers on the impact of quarantine duration, there are 2 ways quarantine lowers onward transmission. First, preventing transmission prior to symptom onset with the assumption that symptomatic individuals will isolate and decreasing overall transmission from persistently asymptomatic individuals, end quote. Which means that symptomatic cases which isolate or quarantine themselves will reduce onward transmission of COVID-19, as well as asymptomatic cases, which, as I've stated, are people who exhibit mild to very low symptoms, being isolated or quarantined, decreasing the chances of them spreading COVID-19 without they themselves knowing. From this data, we can conclude that the 4 factors offer benefits to both the people and the country's safety by both minimizing and preventing the transmission of COVID-19 early on. On to my second point. The law solidifies the current COVID-19 procedures we are implementing. For one, the decree set by our FSM President, David W. Panuelo, includes mandatory masking and social distancing in the event that there is a COVID-19 outbreak. As stated in the decree, under compulsory measures B and C, everyone must wear face masks when in public places, and everyone must observe physical distancing, which is 6 feet between individuals in all public settings, end quote. Mandating the use of masks in public with their law alongside the social distancing procedure will both be effective. As a study on the combined use of masks and social distancing, according to the Science Daily states, researchers at New York University and Politecnico di Torino in Italy developed a network model to study the effects of these 2 measures on the spread of airborne diseases like COVID-19. The model shows that viral outbreaks can be prevented if at least 60% of a population complies with both measures, end quote. To add on, our 2020 FSM guidelines required travelers traveling from both COVID-infected and COVID-free states to undergo 14-day quarantine and testing on the 15th day. Furthermore, an article from kosherine.org contained an assessment of 28 simulated outbreaks in Algeria, China, Canada, Italy, Kazakhstan, Nepal, UK, USA, Singapore, South Korea on the cruise ship Diamond Princess, and in a general population. The modeling studies all found that simulated quarantining procedures and measures reduced the number of people with COVID-19 and the number of deaths. With quarantine, estimates showed a minimum reduction of the number of people with COVID-19 of 44% and a maximum reduction of 96%. Similarly, with quarantine, estimates of the number of deaths showed a minimum reduction of 31% and a maximum reduction of 76%. Considering the evidence and the percentage of prevention of viral outbreaks with the usage of masks and quarantine respectively will benefit both COVID-19 approaches. In the way they benefit the approaches, the law acts as a solid foundation to the current approaches we have, giving more ground and authority to enforce and regulate the current procedures we have in place. Thank you.
Chuk, for your main argument or main presentation. At this time, I would like to invite Team Bombay. You have 5 minutes for your rebuttal. Team Bombay.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to thank my opponent for laying out the arguments in favor of the proposition. But unfortunately, I am not convinced that the affirmative side has presented convincing arguments for the proposition. I could hear the affirmative side rushing to mandatory vaccination, testing, and quarantine, but these are not smart solutions to the pandemic. Let it be clear that the negative side is not against vaccination, the wearing of masks, testing, and quarantining during this pandemic. But what we are against is for the FSM Congress to enact legislation to make all these measures mandatory by law. In their main argument, the affirmative side discussed the effectiveness of wearing masks, testing, vaccination, and quarantining. However, they did not provide any sufficient reasoning or evidence that requires the FSM to mandate these measures by law. I will now address several key points in the affirmative's main argument. First point, my opponent brought up the fact that this proposition is necessary to stop the spread of COVID-19. However, we strongly disagree with this for several reasons. Number one, the FSM has been successful in preventing the spread of COVID-19 within its borders without such mandates. Even quarantine for incoming persons to the FSM is only a requirement and not a mandate. We've had several repatriation trips and yet still no COVID-19 has entered the FSM. Clearly, mandating these measures are not necessary to prevent the spread of COVID-19 within the FSM. Number two, the evidence they provided only shows that countries already infected with COVID-19 are implementing these measures. The FSM remains COVID-19 free, and they did not provide any evidence for countries that don't have COVID-19. Therefore, the evidence they provided is irrelevant to the FSM's situation. My opponent is also assuming that this proposition is the only way to keep the FSM COVID-19 free when there are better alternatives to do so, such as educating the people on safety of the vaccines, increasing accessibility to the vaccines in other municipalities, villages, and other islands, also persuading and convincing the public to get vaccinated. Next point. My opponent stated that the wearing of masks in public is essential to stop the spread of the virus. While that is true, the FSM currently has no COVID-19 cases, so there would be no way for the virus to spread in the first place. Why must wearing a mask in public be mandated when it is not necessary to do so? Next point. My opponent brought up the fact that supporting this proposition would help the FSM reach herd immunity faster. Well, the vaccines we currently have access to are under the EUA, meaning to say that they can only be administered to those who are 18 and older. Only 57% of the FSM population is eligible to take the vaccine. It would be impossible to reach herd immunity when nearly half of the population cannot be vaccinated at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Pompey, for your rebuttal. At this time, I would like to invite Team Chuk. Team Chuk, you have 3 minutes to respond.
Thank you, my worthy opponents, for those rebuttals. I will now stand here to address your rebuttals. For your rebuttal for the mask usage and herd immunity, it is logical for a law, if it is to be passed, to go over the process of being modified and also changed in wording. So if the regulation includes the word all, however, in the process of being modified, the legislation can be modified to suit can be modified in order for people aged 18 and older only to take the vaccination and also benefit the people who cannot take the vaccination. And lastly, I think that will be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Chuk, for your response. At this time, we will listen to the main argument from Team Pompey, opponent. You have 15 minutes for your main presentation.
Judges, worthy opponents, ladies and gentlemen, today my team and I will present 5 arguments in opposition to this proposition. I, Eugene Baikaya, will be sharing the first 2 arguments, and my fellow main speaker, MJ Russell, will follow with the final 3. We believe the arguments we have prepared will show that this proposition is unnecessary, ineffective, and impractical for the FSM. The first reason to oppose this proposition is that it is unconstitutional. Enacting legislation to mandate vaccination would violate fundamental rights guaranteed by the FSM Constitution. The first fundamental right this proposition violates is a person's due process rights. Section 3, Article 4 of the FSM Constitution states that a person may not be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, or be denied the equal protection of the laws. This means that before the government can take away a person's liberty, there must be due process of law. Due process means two things. One, a person has the right to be heard before he or she is deprived of liberty or property. And two, any law or regulation that applies to a person must be reasonable. A law or regulation that is unreasonable is considered a violation of due process and is considered invalid. This proposition violates a person's rights in both senses. First, mandatory vaccination means that a person will be injected with a chemical into his or her body, even if it is against the person's will. This violates a person's right to be heard. There's nothing a person could say to stop the vaccination because it is mandatory. This is a violation of a person's due process rights. Second, because vaccination is mandatory, even though the vaccine is not fully FDA approved as 100% effective, then the mandatory vaccination is considered unreasonable. Therefore, this violates a person's due process rights in the second sense. The second fundamental right this proposition violates is a person's freedom of choice. Section 3, Article 4 of the FSM Constitution mentions a single point specifically concerning this. A person may not be deprived of liberty without due process of law. Liberty includes a person's freedom of choice. Mandating this proposition takes away a person's freedom of choice to get vaccinated with an unknown chemical substance that greatly impacts the body's function. Therefore, it is unconstitutional. The third fundamental right this proposition violates is a person's right to privacy. Privacy means personal space and the right to be left alone. According to Section 5, Article 4 of the FSM Constitution, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and other possessions against unreasonable search, seizure, or invasion of privacy may not be violated. This simply means that this mandatory legislation violates a person's right to be left alone because the person's personal space is violated against his or her will. Mandating this legislation would trigger violations in privacy, thus making this legislation unconstitutional. The fourth fundamental right this proposition violates is a person's right to be secure. Section 5, Article 4 of the FSM Constitution mentions that the right of the people to be secure in their persons against invasion of privacy may not be violated. Inflicting physical injury. For example, piercing a needle into a person's body against their will and choice is considered assault. Not to mention, the needle injects a chemical substance that spreads all throughout the body's bloodstream, rendering it completely at its mercy. In other words, it is assault and it is unconstitutional. The second reason my team and I do not support this proposition is because mandating vaccinations is an ineffective way to increase the FSM's vaccination coverage. 3 months ago, on April 11th, 18% of the FSM's eligible population had been fully immunized against COVID-19 through vaccination. As of July 3rd, that number has more than doubled, and the FSM's coverage stands at 44.4% of its eligible population. The important thing to note here is that the FSM has been able to nearly triple its vaccination coverage without the use of any mandates. Sure, that numbers may not be as high as we'd like at the moment, but that doesn't mean that mandatory vaccination is the solution to increase vaccination coverage. In fact, the negative side asserts that forcing people to be vaccinated may be counterproductive. In our discussions with state and national health officials, there was a consensus that FSM's low vaccination coverage could be the result of two key factors. One, a misinformed perception of COVID-19 vaccines or the spread of misinformation, and two, poor accessibility to vaccination sites, especially for people who live further away from vaccination sites. To address the problems of low vaccination rate, policy and decision makers must identify the root causes of the situation. According to the lead epidemiologist for Pohnpei State, Dr. Raleigh Jim, his interactions with local communities on the topic of COVID-19 vaccines have led him to believe that the public is not getting their information from credible sources, which have caused them to become fearful of COVID-19 vaccines. In December 2020, the FSM Department of Health and Social Affairs ran a poll in all 4 states of the FSM on the likelihood of FSM citizens receiving COVID-19 vaccines. The results show that in all 4 states, more than 75% of those surveyed could be convinced to take a COVID-19 vaccine, and less than 1% of those surveyed responded that they would straight up refuse to be vaccinated. While we recognize the limitations of a survey, it does indicate that our citizens are more likely to be convinced to be vaccinated than not. When someone is afraid of doing something, force is not the best solution. In fact, it can be counterproductive. The best way to address FSM's misinformed perception is to properly educate the public on this topic. In fact, Dr. Riley Jim stated that there was an increase in voluntary vaccinations from the villages where he conducted educational seminars after his visits. Forcing everyone to get vaccinated is ineffective. A better approach would be to invest in educational campaigns to correct the misinformed perceptions, to correct this misinformed perception. As mentioned earlier, another key factor contributing to FSM's low vaccination coverage is low accessibility to vaccines for those living further from vaccination sites. According to Dr. Riley Jim, municipalities that are close to the vaccination sites have a higher coverage rate compared to those that are farther in distance from vaccination sites. Pohnpei residents must travel to the public health facilities in Colonia to get vaccinated. As a result, back in April 11th, Colonia had the highest coverage rate among the municipalities at 34%, followed by U, Nech, and Soques, who have coverage rates of 23%, whereas municipalities farthest from Colonia had lower coverage rates, Kichi with 15% and Matalenium with 11%. Pohnpei's outer islands had and still have the lowest coverage rate of 3%. Based on these statistics, it's easy to conclude that distance from vaccination sites is a key factor affecting coverage rates. In an interview with Pohnpei State Governor, the Honorable Reed B. Oliver, shared that the government had plans of increasing access to vaccines, especially to citizens who live out in the more rural areas of Pohnpei. 3 months later, the results of these efforts to increase accessibility is shown in the numbers. For example, as of yesterday, the disparity of vaccine coverages between Colonia and Kichi has been cut in half. Based on these statistics, it's easy to conclude that distance from vaccination sites is a key factor affecting coverage rates. Therefore, FSM needs to increase accessibility to vaccines throughout the entire country and educate the public to increase vaccination coverage rates, not to enact a useless mandate that would infringe upon civil liberties. Now, my partner, MJ Russell, will use facts and logic to show that the FSM is unable to implement these mandates because we lack the necessary resources. Then, he will show how the FSM lacks the capacity to enforce compliance with these mandates. And finally, he will show why this proposition is neither scientifically nor economically sound.
The third reason to oppose this proposition is that the FSM currently lacks the essential resources and capacity to implement such a mandate. First of all, the FSM cannot safely administer the COVID-19 vaccines to everyone in the population, in the FSM. At this point in time, the Moderna and the J&J vaccines, otherwise known as the Johnson & Johnson vaccines, are being used here in the FSM. However, this doesn't change the fact that they could only be administered to those who are 18 and above. This is in accordance with the FDA Emergency Use Authorization, or the EUA, granted to their respective manufacturers. As a result, nearly half of the FSM population is disqualified from getting the vaccine. Based on the last national census from 2010, only 57% of the FSM's 103,000 population are eligible to receive the vaccines under the EUA. This means that 43% of the FSM's population, which is approximately 43,000 people, will not be taking the vaccine. It would be ludicrous for the FSM to enact legislation requiring everyone to be vaccinated when 43% of its population are not allowed to get vaccinated at all. Not to mention, herd immunity against COVID-19 is impossible to achieve in the FSM, even if the vaccines become compulsory. That being the case, it's a waste of time, energy, and resources to propose and implement such a mandate. Secondly, the FSM lacks the adequate facilities to mandate nationwide quarantine. After conducting assessments on each state's readiness for repatriating citizens into the FSM, the reports from the FSM National Task Force for COVID-19 show that the FSM is not equipped to mandate nationwide quarantine. For example, in Chuk, there are no existing quarantine facilities. The government buildings, hotels, and hospital are either ineffective as quarantine facilities or lack the funding to be used. In Pohnpei, there are few quarantining and isolation rooms at the EMU, or formerly China Star Hotel, and the MMA in the Dagechik area, or formerly Pomoria Hotel. But then again, we must remember that these few rooms are inadequate to accommodate the arriving passengers needing quarantine, to accommodate the frontliners, such as doctors, nurses, and medical staff, and anyone else who will start showing symptoms of COVID-19 now that repatriation of citizens has already begun in Pohnpei. This also applies to Kashrai and Yap concerning the lack of facilities. In short, We as a nation do not have quarantine facilities that are suitable and qualified for this mandate. Third, the FSM lacks the capacity to enforce compliance with these mandates. Since many are skeptical of these COVID-19 vaccines, mandating vaccination will most likely result in a plethora of cases being filed against the federal government. According to the FSM Attorney General's office, the FSM currently only has 2 federal judges to preside over such cases. Not only that, but persistent violations of mandatory vaccination will overcrowd the jailhouses all over the country, making it impossible to practice social distancing. In this case, the perceived cure might end up being much worse than the virus itself. Non-compliance with these mandates will result in legal consequences as severe as imprisonment, as mentioned in Title 11 of the FSM Code. Therefore, supporting this proposition would definitely overwhelm the FSM state prison facilities. The fourth reason to oppose this proposition is that the decision to make testing and mask wearing should be left to the states and not Congress. It would be more logical to allow each state to decide when to mandate mask wearing and testing, given the FSM's unique geographical makeup. The FSM is a nation made up of 4 individual island states that are separated by hundreds of miles of ocean water. This means that it will be difficult for the virus to reach the other 3 states if COVID-19 was introduced to one of the 4 states, as long as their points of entry are closed off. Why then should all 4 states be required to wear face masks and be tested when only one of the states has COVID? Given the FSM's lack of prison facilities and laboratories to process tests, why unnecessarily burden the other 3 states with enforcing these measures when they remain COVID-free? Furthermore, each of the 4 states' constitution grants its respective government the power to impair civil liberties in a state of emergency. For example, in Pohnpei's constitution, this power is enshrined in Article 13, Section 9, subsection 2. Therefore, each state has the ability to enforce such mandates. Mandating testing and mask wearing should be up to each state and not Congress. The fifth and final reason to oppose this proposition is that mandating nationwide quarantine testing is neither scientifically sound nor economically efficient. According to the FSM's national epidemiologist, Dr. Elijah Johnson, a person only needs to be tested when there is a suspicion of exposure to COVID-19. And since the FSM currently maintains its status as a COVID-19 free state, it would be unnecessary to require everyone to undergo testing when exposure to COVID-19 is highly unlikely. Furthermore, forcing everyone to get tested would incur unsustainable costs to the government, especially now that the government purchases its own test kits. Each COVID-19 test kit costs around $150. If we require every single person of the FSM's estimated 103,000 population to be tested, it would cost the government nearly $15.5 million for just one round of tests. Aside from the high cost, it will be very difficult for the FSM to find an adequate supply of test kits, given that countries in the world are competing for supplies. Thus, mandating testing for everyone is both illogical and unsustainable. Mandating testing without suspicion of exposure is an inefficient use of the FSM's funds and resources and is not supported by science. Why test a person for COVID-19 when there is no suspicion of any infection? Why test a person in the FSM when there is no COVID-19 case in the FSM? The proposition simply does not make any sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Bombay, for your main argument. At this time, I will invite the proponents of the proposition. Team Chuk, you have 5 minutes for your rebuttal. Team Chuk.
Thank you. Honorable judges, my worthy opponent said in their first point that it is unconstitutional. According to Article 10, Title Executive, Section 9, it states, a civil right may be impaired only to the extent actually required for the preservation of health, peace, or safety. A declaration of emergency may not impair the power of the judiciary except that the declaration shall be free from judicial interference for 30 days after it is first issued. It is not the law is not unconstitutional. It is actually the law is to be passed for the safety of the citizens. For that is the main goal for this resolution. According to our interview with our Chuk Attorney General, he stated that the purpose for this resolution is to protect and to regulate. On their fourth and third point, they mentioned the lack of resources and the capacity. They mentioned how Chuk doesn't have the quarantine areas. We do have the quarantine places, and at the end of this month, we are expecting 12 containers to be shipped in for our quarantine facilities. They stated that we lack the capacity. According to our interview with Dr. Pala, a member of our Chuk State Task Force, he mentioned how Chuk has the capacity, the rules and the regulations. We're still waiting on the infrastructure, but Chuk does have the capacity. I will be passing on to my partner here if she has anything to add on.
Additionally, on your point of vaccination and how only the 18 and older would be eligible for vaccination, people 18 and older are being vaccinated in order for those who are not eligible to be able to be also protected from COVID-19. And that's all. Thank you.
For your response, you have 3 minutes to respond to the rebuttal when ready.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, we have listened to the rebuttal given by our opponents. However, we are still not convinced by the arguments they have raised. A point that they brought up was that it is not unconstitutional and this legislation perfectly falls in line with the Constitution. However, we disagree. Reasons as to why it is unconstitutional is because none of the COVID-19 vaccines in existence have been fully FDA approved. Therefore, it will be considered unreasonable. And while it is true that we are in a state of emergency, no one here is dying from COVID-19 because we do not have any COVID-19 cases here in the FSM. Therefore, it will be an over-excessive use of the government's police power. That'll be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Pompey, for your response. We will now move on to the conclusions or summations. Each side will be given 4 minutes to do their conclusions. We will start by hearing the proponent's conclusion. Team Chuk, you have 4 minutes for your conclusion.
To conclude, we strongly agree that the FSM Congress should pass this law for 2 reasons, which I will restate. Our first reason being, the legislation ensures the safety of the people due to the 4 measures it provides: wearing masks, getting vaccinated, undergoing testing, and completing quarantine upon entry, all of which decrease the percentage of the chance of transmission of COVID-19. The second being is the legislation further strengthens the current approaches we have against COVID-19. The current approaches being both the social distancing and mask procedure, including the travelers' quarantining requirements in the FSM's COVID guidelines. Judges, from the points we've provided, we should both enact and enforce this law. COVID-19 will not wait on us to prepare our approach. It will approach us. It is up to us to take up the responsibility to protect the states and the people around us. We must put to use the current decrees and approach we have to COVID-19 and use them in our favor to combat COVID-19 from spreading within our states. Where COVID-19 is our rock bottom, we are each other's foundations. Let us continue to follow COVID-19 procedures for not only ourselves, but for others as well. Thank you.
Very much, Team Chuk, for your summation. At this time, I would like to invite the opponents or Team Pompey for your conclusion. You have 4 minutes.
Honorable judges, worthy opponents, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate the arguments raised by the affirmative team in support of this proposition. However, we, the negative team, remain convinced that this proposition is not the best path forward for the FSM as it navigates this global pandemic. Let me restate that the negative team is not against testing, vaccination, the wearing of masks, or quarantining. However, it is abundantly clear that mandating these measures is not in the best interest of the FSM at this time. First, the fact that none of the COVID-19 vaccines in existence have been fully approved by the FDA makes any legislation to mandate them unconstitutional. To force our citizens and residents to be injected with vaccines whose safety and efficacy have not been fully studied, tested, and understood by the FDA would be a violation of due process rights, and therefore a violation of our freedom of choice and right to privacy. Moreover, supporting this proposition to enact legislation that mandates these vaccines would be an assault, as it would inflict physical injury without consent. It is abundantly clear this proposition is unconstitutional. Yes, the government has a duty to protect the public health, but it should not do so at the cost of its citizens' fundamental rights. Our second main point demonstrated that this proposition is not an effective method of increasing the FSM's vaccination coverage. Health experts and government leaders at both the national and state level agree that the FSM can more effectively raise its vaccination coverage by addressing the public's misperception of COVID-19 vaccines and by increasing access to vaccines for people who live far away from vaccination sites. Our third main point clearly showed that the FSM simply does not have the resources to support this proposition. The FSM's 2010 census clearly shows that 43% of our citizens do not qualify for any of the vaccines under the EUAs granted by the FDA, meaning that even if we were to mandate vaccination, the FSM would not be able to achieve herd immunity against COVID-19. Moreover, the National Task Force for COVID-19 has reported that the FSM currently lacks the facilities and personnel to implement mandatory quarantine. Enforcing compliance with legislation described by this proposition would also overwhelm our judicial and prison systems. Our fourth main point states that the decision to mandate testing and mask wearing should be left to the states and not Congress. This would be more logical given the geographical makeup of our country. It is illogical to require all 4 states to be under the same mandates when they have different COVID-19 statuses. And lastly, we should not support this proposition because mandating nationwide testing is unnecessary and costly. Why force everyone to test for COVID-19 when the FSM is COVID-free? A person only needs to be tested when there is a suspicion of exposure to COVID-19. It would be a waste of resources to mandate nationwide testing when there is no reason to suspect exposure. Even if the FSM lost its COVID-19 free status, mandating nationwide testing would still not be smart, with each round of testing costing approximately $15.5 million. The government would quickly accumulate unsustainable costs. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, we must continue to be proactive in our efforts to keep the pandemic from reaching our shores. But the solution that the affirmative side is rushing the FSM to adopt simply does not make sense. In our fight against COVID-19, we must be smart and we must be wise. Supporting this proposition is neither of those things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Pompey, for your conclusion or summation. At this time, I would like to move the floor over to the judges If judges, if you have any comments towards the teams, Team Chuk and Team Bombay, this is your time.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. I don't have any questions. I think we've decided to spare you from that this year. So I just wanted to say congratulations on winning your virtual trip to your state's debate. And we wish we could have you here under different circumstances. I also wanted to congratulate you on representing each of your states very well and for doing a very fantastic job at what you do. So thank you for everything and congratulations again.
Thank you very much, judges, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes our second debate for the day. We will take a 1 hour break to allow the students or the teams to for lunch break. On behalf of the committee, thank you all for staying with us, and we would like to also invite you guys for this afternoon debates. The debates this afternoon, the third debate this afternoon will be between the state of Bombay and the state of Koshai. Once again, Kalangan, thank you very much, and we will see you all in 1 hour. Thank you. Wait, can't they hear me? Can you hear me? That's yeah. Joy go ready? Okay. Team Koshai, are you ready? Before we start our third debate of today, on behalf of the FSM National Lawday Coordinating Committee and all the staff of the FSM Supreme Court and the justices, I'd like to thank you all for joining us this afternoon. This afternoon, the third debate will be between the state of Bombay and the state of Koshai. So at this time, I would like to ask the teams that are not debating to be escorted into a secluded area. Thank you very much. Our third debate this afternoon between the state of Bombay and the state of Koshai. The judges for our debate this afternoon are the Honorable Tennis Appellate Court, Associate Justice of the FSM Supreme Court, Craig Refner, Staff Attorney of the FSM Supreme Court, and Ms. Carlila Carl Etkar, Staff Attorney for the Supreme Court. Team Bombay, proponents of the proposition, school from STA. The debaters are Eugene Paikalia and Marvin Russell Jr., and the alternate debater is Caitlin Nanbe. From the state of Koshai, from Koshai High School, debaters are Lorinda Roxanne Mangaya and Chelsia Robbie Nena, and their alternate is Roshana Lean Edwin. We will now begin our debate. We will start with the introductions. Our timekeeper for this afternoon's debate will be Ms. Joylene Widgep. For the first part of the debate, introductions, each side will have 3 minutes to do their introductions. So at this moment, I would like to invite the proponents of the proposition. You have 3 minutes for your introduction.
Good afternoon, honorable judges, or the opponents, ladies and gentlemen. Warm greetings and my humble respects to everyone. We, the affirmative side, stand in strong support of the proposition. Now, therefore, be it resolved, with regards to the current COVID-19 pandemic, the FSM Congress shall enact legislation requiring all citizens and residents of the FSM to undergo testing, get vaccinated, and/or wear a mask in public, and for every person entering the FSM to complete quarantine upon entry. The proposition before us today is a response to the reality that more than 176 million people have contracted the coronavirus globally, and more than 3.8 million have died. Of the 190 countries in the world, only 7, including the FSM, have remained COVID-free. The affirmative team will endeavor to persuade the honorable judges through the use of logic and facts that this proposition is FSM's best chance of surviving the pandemic without sustaining serious losses and suffering as the rest of the world has. The affirmative team has prepared 5 reasons in support of this proposition. First, The measures listed in this proposition have been proven to be effective in preventing the spread of COVID-19. Therefore, the government should enforce these mandates by law. Second, this proposition is perfectly in line with the FSM Constitution and would be a valid exercise of police power. Third, a large portion of the FSM adult population suffers from health conditions that put them at an increased risk for severe reactions to COVID-19. The FSM government must recognize this and act with boldness to protect its citizens. Fourth, given the increased likelihood for developing severe complications upon contracting COVID-19, if and when COVID-19 enters our borders, we would expect a huge influx of critical patients to our medical facilities. The proposition would prevent the FSM's already stressed healthcare system from being overwhelmed and prevent unnecessary deaths due to COVID-19. And fifth, given that the majority of our adult population is unvaccinated and at an increased risk of experiencing severe reactions to COVID-19, the passing down of traditional knowledge to the next generation is being threatened. The FSM Constitution provides the national government the power to make laws to preserve and protect its traditions. The government should enact these powers to prevent the loss of FSM's cultural identity. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not forget that we are experiencing an extreme emergency and we are in a fight for our survival. We must be smarter than the virus, act with boldness, and commit ourselves to addressing the pandemic while we still can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, proponents, Team Bombay, for your introduction. At this time, I would like to invite Team Koshai, the opponents of the proposition. You have 3 minutes for your introduction. Team Koshai.
Fellow contenders, ladies and gentlemen, Lenwo Kaselelia Rananum Mogadin. My utmost gratitude goes to our distinguished judges. It's an honor to have each and every one of you, but let us not forget to thank our Heavenly Father for his guidance and blessings upon us, and also for giving me the opportunity to stand here with you all today. My name is Chelseria Arlena, and here with me today is my debate partner, Ms. Lorinda Roxanne Mongaya. We are Team Sleeping Matan, coming straight out of Koshai High School with our hearts and minds fully against today's theme, which states, and I quote, "Now, therefore, be resolved that with regards to the current COVID-19 pandemic, FSM Congress shall enact legislation requiring all citizens and residents of the FSM to undergo testing, get vaccinated, and or wear a mask in public, and for every person entering the FSM to complete quarantine upon entry." End quote. All citizens and residents, keep in mind that we are vulnerable in many areas, limited by resources and technology, limited in human capacity, limited financially, and even lack the basic necessities in the FSM. FSM citizen, legislation is not needed for us at this moment. All these procedures will surely affect the freedom of rights of individuals, not to mention the expenses needed over the resources we have. WHO stated, and I quote, "FSM is once again COVID-19 free," end quote. I repeat, COVID-19 free. If we are COVID free, then why? What's the point? We'll elaborate more in our main argument. Therefore, I'll close my introduction with this. We are Micronesians, living peacefully in Micronesia, wishing nothing but peace, friendship, cooperation, love, and our common humanity. Thank you.
Team Koshai, for your introduction. At this time, we will hear the main argument from the proponents. Team Bombay, you have
Honorable judges, worthy opponents, ladies and gentlemen. Today, my team and I will present to you our main arguments in support of the proposition. I, Eugene Baikaya, present the first 2 arguments, and my fellow debater, MJ Russell, will follow with the final 3. The first reason to support this proposition is that mask wearing, testing, vaccination, and quarantining are designed to prevent the spread of COVID-19. The FSM needs these measures in order to protect its population from getting the virus. The FSM is continuing to allow more and more repatriations in order to bring back more citizens and is even considering allowing people from other nations to come here. We must keep in mind that these countries have been infected with COVID-19 cases, and we must take bold actions to protect our nation. Countries like India and Brazil have seen terrifying surges in COVID-19 cases in the past weeks. India records 92,596 cases and 2,219 deaths in just 24 hours on June 9th. India has reached more than 29 million cases, second only to the United States, and its death toll is more than 350,000. In the beginning of the pandemic, India was able to somewhat control the virus, with only more than 10,000 new cases per day. Some of the reasons for its failure is the lack of preparedness, and the healthcare system was overwhelmed. To be prepared for the virus means that we must implement safety measures to combat the spread of COVID-19. These measures listed in the proposition work hand in hand to prevent and minimize the spread of COVID-19. Vaccines are designed to protect people from getting severe sickness and from dying. We have the vaccines in FSM. We have Moderna and Johnson & Johnson. We must use them, and we must administer them to our population to keep them protected and safe. Wearing face masks is proven to play an effective role in reducing the spread of the COVID-19 disease. The virus is spread via airborne particles. According to the CDC, or Center for Disease Control and Prevention, masks provide a barrier that keeps respiratory droplets from spreading. Another study by the University of California, San Francisco, showed that droplets were blocked when the mouth was covered by a damp washcloth. Yet another study from the National Institutes of Health in Maryland showed that wearing masks reduced the amount of respiratory viruses emitted in droplets and aerosols. Another study comparing the COVID-19 growth rate before and after mask mandates in 15 states in the United States, including the District of Columbia, showed a decline in the daily COVID-19 growth. In another article published by the University of California in San Francisco, or the UCSF, it featured the COVID-19 deaths across 198 countries, and they found that those with cultural norms and government policies favoring mask wearing had lower death rates. Clearly, wearing a face mask saves lives during this pandemic. As for testing, it is without a doubt necessary. According to the FSM's national epidemiologist, Dr. Eliza Johnson, a person only needs to be tested when there is a suspicion of exposure to COVID-19. While it is true that FSM is still a COVID-19 free country, this status might not last, given that our borders are now open to international travelers coming from Guam during repatriation days. At this point in time, there is a suspicion of exposure to COVID-19 because people from outside the borders have entered into the FSM. During any of the upcoming repatriation days, mandatory testing can be used to track the spread of the virus and contain it. It is true that this argument is being stated on a big what-if scenario, but as we have learned from the beginning of 2020, anything can happen. In addition, this scenario isn't that far-fetched either. That is why it should be in our best interest to mandate testing. This way, we may find those carrying the virus and quarantine them immediately, thus containing the spread. The second reason to support this proposition is that mandating vaccination, mask wearing, testing, and quarantining is perfectly in accordance with the Constitution. Enacting legislation to mandate vaccination would be a valid exercise of police power as a measure of self-preservation and survival of our human population by ensuring public health and safety. This was cited in Article 10, Section 9 of the FSM Constitution. The FSM has been in a state of emergency for more than 1 year now, and there is no stopping the spread of the virus unless the national government does something that is extraordinary and bold that effectively addresses the pervasive damage that could be inflicted by COVID-19. Our national constitution guarantees the preservation of our nation, and it is the duty of the national government, and every citizen for that matter, to take all the necessary steps to survive. The police power of the national government is a part of the Constitution. In the exercise of police power, certain civil liberties available during normal times could be impaired and restricted. For example, the freedom of movement guaranteed among the civil liberties found in Section 3, Article 4 of the FSM Constitution may be curtailed. A person suspected of having COVID-19 may be detained in a quarantine facility within a limited period of time in order to stop the spread of the virus. Another example is that a person may be required by law or regulation to wear protective tools, such as face masks, to stop spreading the virus. These measures are examples of the exercise of police power. The police power of the national government is clear, especially during emergencies. During national emergencies, the national government may restrict certain liberties and demand people to do things for their welfare and for public health. This proposition being our primary example, which is to mandate vaccination and other measures. This is the police power of the state. Without the police power, the government will be unable to address the emergency and preserve the lives of citizens. It is necessary to mandate vaccination and to compel its observance because vaccines protect people from severe sickness. It is a fact that many people might be scared of the vaccine for a variety of reasons. Maybe some are afraid of needles, or they're not sure of the vaccines, or they are against quarantining and testing. Our survival as a nation and the ongoing efforts to keep our population healthy and safe will and must override individual liberties and personal convenience, because there will be no more civil liberties to speak of and no individual freedoms to enjoy, and certainly no more personal conveniences and comforts to experience if we are sick and are already dying. It is the duty of the national government to mandate all the necessary safety, health, and protective measures, including in particular vaccination, wearing a face mask, testing, and quarantining during this pandemic for the sake of all of us. Now, my partner, MJ Russell, will explain our next 3 points.
The third reason to support this proposition is that a large portion of the FSM's population is at high risk for severe reactions to COVID-19. In addition to a person's age, according to the WHO and the CDC, the risk of severe reactions to COVID-19 significantly increases when a person also has comorbidities such as obesity, heart disease, diabetes, and asthma. Statistics show that a significant portion of the FSM population suffers from these conditions and consequently are at a high risk for severe reactions to COVID-19. A 2008 report published by the WHO found that nearly half of the adult males in the FSM and more than half the females in the FSM are obese and therefore are at high risk for severe reactions to COVID-19. Furthermore, the International Diabetes Federation, or the IDF, an umbrella organization that leads the fight against diabetes, produced a list in 2012 of the top countries with the largest percentage of diabetics. Standing at the top of the list with 37.2% prevalence is the FSM. This means that 1 out of 3 people in the FSM are diabetic and therefore are at high risk of severe reactions to COVID-19. In addition, the US Department of Interior reported that the leading cause of death in the FSM has been ischemic heart disease, or a heart disease caused by the clogging of arteries due to the buildup of plaque. The report also showed that there was a 19% increase of ischemic heart disease related deaths from 2009 to 2019. The statistics speak for themselves. Unless they are protected through vaccination and other measures listed in the proposition, a large portion of the FSM population will suffer severe reactions to COVID-19. And in turn, the FSM healthcare system would be overwhelmed, which leads us to our next reason to support this proposition. The fourth reason to support this proposition is that the vaccinations and quarantining in the FSM is essential in keeping our medical facilities and medical staff from being overwhelmed. Vaccination provides safety so that our medical facilities, health workers, and frontliners, such as doctors, nurses, and medical staff, will not be overwhelmed of COVID-19 surges, such as those experienced in India and Brazil. Based on figures from the FSM National COVID-19 Task Force, 57% of the FSM's population is eligible to receive a COVID-19 vaccine. As for the other 43%, studies show that the COVID-19 symptoms for children aren't as severe as symptoms for adults. Therefore, reaching herd immunity isn't necessary at this point. By mandating vaccination for the eligible population, we can keep our medical facilities from being overwhelmed. Not to mention that there are trial stages for the trial versions of the COVID-19 vaccines. So when those get authorized for emergency use, then we can administer them to the 43% that are ineligible. As for quarantining, though we are all well aware that the FSM is still in a COVID-19 free state, our medical staff simply would not be able to keep up with every COVID-19 patient if and when the virus infiltrates into our borders. There are currently not enough medical facilities to accommodate those who may start to show symptoms of the COVID-19 virus. According to Pacific Prime, The FSM currently has 6 private health clinics, 5 health centers, 4 public hospitals, and 1 private hospital. These are not enough to combat the virus if and when it gets here. We need to be able to contain and track the virus in order to keep COVID-19 cases in the FSM from skyrocketing. And the only way we can do that is by mandating quarantine. Let us also not forget that the FSM is continuing to allow more repatriations to occur to bring back our citizens. The amount of citizens and patients that are currently in the FSM is already a lot of work for our medical staff. Now, with the repatriation of citizens and the risk of COVID-19 reaching the FSM, the country's medical facilities are sure to be overwhelmed with both COVID-19 patients and current patients. Mandating quarantine is essential to keep this from happening. The fifth and final argument of the listed arguments presented is mandating under this proposition will give us hope as one nation that we could continue to practice our culture. Section 2, Article 5 of the FSM Constitution states, and I quote, "The traditions of the people of the Federated States of Micronesia may be protected by statute. If challenged as violative of Article 4, protection of Micronesian tradition shall be considered a compelling social purpose warranting such governmental action." End quote. In other words, the FSM Constitution states that the preservation of our culture, along with its traditions and practices, is a valid reason to infringe upon a person's rights, such as due process rights, protected by Article 4. My partner and I have already established that this proposition is the best way to keep the ongoing pandemic at bay. Without the mandates listed in the proposition, the FSM would sustain a tremendous loss of life, given that our population is uniquely susceptible to the virus, given the prevailing health conditions of our adult population, coupled with inadequate medical facilities, equipment, and personnel. A loss in our adult and senior population would seriously jeopardize the passing down of our cultural practices and traditional knowledge that have for centuries been the bedrock of our island nation, an identity that has remained steadfast in the face of 500 years of colonization and oppression. Today, the FSM faces a different threat, a virus that will claim the lives of the unvaccinated elders of this nation, who serve as the guardians of our culture. FSM is at risk of losing its heritage and unique identity. We, as a people who are proud of our rich culture and traditions, are seriously threatened by this pandemic, but we know in our hearts that through science, the vaccines could save us from death and from destruction. We must protect our citizens by mandating the vaccine and other safety measures, namely testing, mask wearing, and quarantining. We can implement all these measures and make them mandatory for those qualified. And we must do so now while we still can in order to preserve our cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Pompey, for your main argument. At this time, I would like to invite Team Koshai. Team Koshai, you have opponents. You have 5 minutes for your rebuttal.
Thank you, proponents. I just want to leave a reminder that our closed borders is one thing that keeps us COVID-free. You were like comparing us to India, but like remember, we are COVID-free. They're not. The status quo is fine the way it is, because we are COVID-free. To our knowledge, your state, Pohnpei State, has carried out your preparation already and still you're COVID-free. And the thing is, there's no legislation. We might as well move slowly and surely than taking a huge step and ending up to a huge downfall. We're COVID-free once again. I repeat, we're COVID-free. And if you've forgotten, you can slow down, take your time, because we're COVID-free. Take practice, then jumping on to legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Koshai, for your rebuttal. At this time, we will invite Team Pompey, the proponents, to respond. Team Pompey, you have 3 minutes to respond.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, We have listened to the rebuttal given by our opponents. However, we are still not convinced by the argument they have raised. My opponent stated that the FSM is still in a COVID-free state, so therefore this mandate is unnecessary. However, we have already started repatriating our citizens, and there is a chance of catching a case. It is better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, my opponents failed to rebut multiple of our other main points, and I will go back to them. One of our main points is that this proposition is unconstitutional because it's not unconstitutional. This proposition is constitutional because under Article 10, Section 9 of the FSM Constitution, the national government is able to curtail certain civil liberties in order to protect the public health and safety if it is in a state of emergency. Another point that they failed to rebut was that I think that'll be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Pompey, for your response. At this time, I would like to invite the opponents, Team Koshai, for your main argument. Team Koshai, you have 15 minutes.
Honorable judges, fellow contenders, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Lorinda Roxanne and I'm here to carry out the proponent's main argument. For our main point number 1, legislation is not needed. I repeat, legislation is not needed. Why legislation and why legislation cannot? Legislation is defined as laws and rules made by the government. An example of legislation is what we're trying to fight off today. The laws for this pandemic, which are not necessary at all. Legislation cannot because there's no reason for them to jump in at this moment. There's no need for legislation. The status quo is good as it is. Legislation cannot, making a law for people with different health conditions, really? With legislation, things will surely go out of hand. How? There will be conflicts between the government and the people. This main point will be going straight to vaccination. As we do our interviews and our own search arounds, we discovered that the people are already following the vaccine procedure even when there's no legislation. During one of our interviews with some of the COVID task force members in Koshai, we found that majority of them enforces the SOP. But they do not agree to enact legislation on this one. Why? Because they believe in human rights. According to the Director of Health Services in Koshai, the amount of people vaccinated in the FSM is already 50%, not including Koshai, which has another 50%. If the citizens can move without legislation in this one, then surely there will be no chaos on human rights and choices. So legislation, you're a no-go in this situation. On to main point number 2, rights of individuals. Freedom. Each and every one of us has the right to be free. If you look up last line in 4th stanza on the FSM preamble, it states, and I quote, "Having been ruled, we seek freedom," end quote. FSM citizens, that is exactly what we seek, the freedom. We don't want to lose that. Every citizen has the right to choose and choices to decide. And we can see clearly that if undergo testing and wearing of masks is enacted as a law, it will surely violate that. Not everyone wants or needs to get tested or even wear a mask. Dr. Anthony Fauci, the U.S. government's top infectious disease physician, stated, and I quote, "Not everyone in the U.S. needs to get tested," end quote. He said, in the U.S. People, this is Micronesia we're talking about. And if you've forgotten, Micronesia stands for small islands. Since we're a small nation, it's easier to control than the other bigger and well-developed nations that are affected with this pandemic. And for a fact, we are a COVID-free nation. That's just not something we should waste much time on. According to one of the top articles in centerforhealthjournalism.org, undergo testing is unnecessary. Here's one reason why. Current tests still miss infections. A recent study found that the nasal swab testing in China missed 37% of COVID-19 cases, while throat swab missed 68%. The falsely negative patients remain unknown. According to Doctor of Philosophy, Jill Salatin-Skulman's medical interview, written by Aaron Gondola, updated May 6, 2021 on Medical News Today's website, it states, "No test is 100% reliable, as FDA note, and it is possible to have a false negative and a false positive," end quote. So why? On to wearing of mask. Wear a mask. Wear a mask? Come on, are you serious? What's the point in doing that when WHO states crystal clear in the FSM national government's website, the gov.fsm, and I quote, "Now FSM is once again COVID-19 free," end quote. I repeat, COVID-19 free. Now you've heard, well, let me ask you this. Why waste time to make such law? The CDC updated its guidance based on increasing data that suggests most COVID-19 transmission happens in indoor settings. In many studies, CDC Director Rochelle Walensky said less than 10% of documented transmissions occurred outdoors and almost a 20-fold increased risk in indoor settings. Yet it's stated in the theme, wear a mask in public. Now the question we should ask ourselves is, do we even know what we're doing? World Health Organization, on the other hand, recommends masks only for those with symptoms suggestive of COVID-19, stating that masks should be otherwise reserved for healthcare workers. CDC stated in box 1 of their contested interpretations that closed face coverings should not be placed on children under 2 or anyone who has trouble breathing or is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove without assistance. And yet, it's stated in the theme, all citizens and residents, meaning all, no matter what age, what problem you have, all is all. The different type of tests and masks going around is pointless. With both marked unnecessary, we're wasting our time. And really, legislation? According to the FSM Constitution, Article 4, Section 1, it states, and I quote, "No law may deny or impair freedom of expression, peaceable assembly, association, or petition," end quote. So legislation is not the key. Understanding each other is the key. Undergo testing and wearing of masks should be a choice, not a demand. On to last point, expenses over resources. Let's talk about the money needed and the resources we have in the FSM. Let's take a look at our quarantine sites. How much money do you think were spent on those quarantine sites? FSM citizens, we are a small nation made up of smaller islands, filled with beautiful people and smart leaders. We know for a fact that we don't have much money and we have limited resources. So why are we doing this? There are other ways of taking things in hand when it comes to quarantine, so we don't have to waste much money on the quarantine sites. We have a lot to deal with in our own islands, from improving our historical sites to the holes on the roads. We can't waste money on things that are pointless. We receive funds from all over the world, so we spend wisely. There have been multiple funds to support the FSM in this pandemic. According to the Director of Finance in Kushai, the estimated budget amount is $21,447,098. Money that the FSM does not need for COVID-19. FSM is COVID-free, and with the borders closed, we are safe. The countries that are providing these funds are the ones who need it the most. Let's take the United States, for example. According to our worldindata.org, the US has a total of about 33.7 million cases. Out of these cases, there have been about 605,000 reported deaths. With these numbers, it seems that the US will need all the support they can to save those lives. The money given to the FSM could potentially save those lives. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the status quo is fine. Our great leaders are doing their part in keeping our nation COVID-free. Legislation is not needed. So leaders, keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Koshai, for your main argument. I would like to invite the proponents. In Bombay, you have 5 minutes for your rebuttal.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate the points raised by our opponents during their main argument. However, we respectfully disagree with their points. One point that my opponent brought up was that the proposition is unconstitutional. The negative side argues that this proposition is unconstitutional. However, the affirmative side strongly disagrees. As stated in our main argument, Article 10, Section 9 of the FSM Constitution explicitly grants the national government the power to impair civil rights to the extent necessary to preserve the public peace, health, and safety during a state of emergency. And President Vanuelo has already declared the FSM to be in a public health emergency. This provides the grounds for the national government to enact its constitutionally granted police powers. In our main argument, we also established that enacting these mandates into law is necessary to preserve the public health and safety of the FSM. First, statistics show that half our adult population is obese. 1 out of 3 are diabetic, and heart disease is the leading cause of death. All conditions that significantly increase the risk of reacting severely to COVID-19. Secondly, our healthcare system is simply not equipped to take care of a huge influx of critical patients, critical COVID-19 cases, which may result in a decline in FSM's adult and elderly population. The prevalence of these COVID-19 comorbidities, coupled with an inadequate healthcare system, make mandating mask wearing, testing, vaccination, and quarantining necessary. Next point. My opponent stated that rather than mandating these measures by law, the FSM should continue to abide by the protocols set forth by the FSM task force. While the affirmative team applauds the efforts and dedication of our task force, governments, and health leaders in keeping the FSM COVID-free to this point, we also find that not mandating such measures into law are potentially problematic and leaves the FSM vulnerable. According to our interview with Alec Jackson of the FSM Congress, because quarantine is currently not mandated by law, a person could legally walk out of a quarantine compound in Pohnpei before their scheduled release date and would not face any repercussions. This leaves the FSM incredibly vulnerable. Simply requiring quarantine is not enough. We must mandate quarantine by law to permit its proper enforcement. Next point. Our opponents stated that mandatory nationwide testing is costly and impractical. Unfortunately, our opponents did not understand our argument. Mandating all citizens and residents to undergo testing does not mean that we test all 103,000 citizens every round. According to Dr. Eliza Johnson of the FSM Department of Health and Social Affairs, a person only needs to be tested when there is a suspicion of exposure to COVID-19. So we agree. Testing residents in all 4 FSM states when only one state has a suspected case is ludicrous. Instead, the logical and scientific interpretation of this proposition is that the government should have the power to require any person under suspicion of exposure to COVID-19 to be tested. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Pompey, for your rebuttal. At this time, Team Koshai, you have 3 minutes for your response.
If I heard that right, most of what you said, you were actually focusing on the points that you used on your main argument. So let me rephrase these again. My partner's point number 1 was legislation is not needed. Rights of individuals and expenses over resources. You attacked our main point number 2. 1 and 3, I did not hear you say a thing about it. You're overlooking the fact that it's violating human rights. And as I mentioned in our introduction, keep in mind that we are vulnerable in many areas, limited by resources and technology, limited in human capacity, limited financially, and even lack the basic necessities in our FSM healthcare system. Micronesia is COVID-free. Our closed borders is actually keeping us safe. So proponents, taking a huge step, then going easy, is actually leading us to chaos. Thank you.
Now we will move on to the summations or conclusions. Proponents, Team Pompey, you have 4 minutes for your conclusion.
Honorable judges, moderator, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the negative side for an enjoyable debate and for being great opponents. I would like to begin the affirmative summation by first reflecting on some of the key points that were raised in this debate. Then I will summarize our position. The most important question we must answer in this debate is this proposition constitutional? The negative side cited Article 4 of the FSM Constitution to argue that this proposition is unconstitutional because it violates civil liberties, such as the freedom of choice and due process rights. However, in our affirmative main argument and in our rebuttal, we showed why this proposition is perfectly in alignment with the Constitution. Because the President has declared FSM to be in a public health emergency, the national government has valid grounds to exercise its police powers provided in Article 10, Section 9 of the FSM Constitution, which states that in a state of emergency, a civil liberty may be impaired to the extent necessary to preserve the public health and safety. We further showed in our main argument that due to the prevailing health conditions in the FSM that increase the risk for severe reactions to COVID-19, and due to the FSM's inadequate healthcare system, enacting by law the mandates mentioned in this proposition is a necessary step to preserve the public health and safety. Civil liberties are important, and that is why our founding fathers enshrined them in our national constitution. But our founding fathers also had the foresight to embed safeguards within the Constitution that would ensure the survival and safety of our nation during a time of crisis and emergency, such as the one we are facing now. This proposition is designed to preserve the health and safety of the FSM. All these measures, testing, mask wearing, vaccination, and quarantine, have all been proven by science and statistics to prevent the spread of COVID-19 and protect people from developing severe complications from it. We have provided compelling evidence in our main argument to show this. If COVID-19 reaches our shores, we will suffer great losses that will forever change the course of our nation. More than half of our adult population is obese. 1 out of 3 are diabetic, and ischemic heart disease is already claiming many lives in the FSM. These health conditions put a large portion of our population at risk for reacting severely to COVID-19. and they increase the likelihood of even dying from this virus. What's more, the FSM lacks the medical facilities to care for a large influx of critical COVID-19 patients that would surely arise if we do not vaccinate our eligible population. Therefore, people would die unnecessarily. This pandemic also threatens to erase our unique customs and traditions from the face of this earth. Centuries of traditions that have sustained our islands through 4 different foreign occupations and have united our islands will be lost if we do not act now. The preamble of the FSM Constitution states, "With this Constitution, we affirm our common wish to live together in peace and harmony, to preserve the heritage of the past, and to protect the promise of the future." The FSM's heritage of the past and promise of the future are being threatened by this pandemic. Globally, more than 176 million people have contracted the COVID-19 virus, and more than 3.8 million people have died from it. Honorable judges, there is no doubt that we're living in an unprecedented time, facing unprecedented challenges. This is the first global pandemic that our young island nation must navigate. But now is not the time for hesitation. Now is not the time for uncertainty. Now is the time to take bold action, because the effects of our actions today will be felt for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Bombay, for your conclusion or summation. At this time, I would like to invite Team Koshai. You have 4 minutes for your conclusion.
Honorable judges, fellow contenders, ladies and gentlemen, hello for the last time. For this year's Lawday, National Lawday debate theme, it states, and I quote, "Now, therefore, be it resolved that with regards to the current COVID-19 pandemic, FSM Congress shall enact legislation requiring all citizens and residents of the FSM to undergo testing, get vaccinated, and or wear a mask in public, and for every person entering the FSM to complete quarantine upon entry." End quote. Let me take you back a few steps back to our main point. For our main point number 1, legislation is not needed. Main point number 2, rights of individuals, freedom. Main point number 3, expenses over the resources we have. FSM citizens, remember that WHO states we are COVID-free. We are Micronesians, living peacefully in Micronesia. We have every right against legislation enacting these procedures, and do not forget that we are a COVID-free nation wishing nothing but peace, friendship, cooperation, and love in our common humanity. Before I end today's debate, I'd say, let the sleeping lady sleep peacefully. Don't wake her up. Let her sleep peacefully. Let the Sakasrak and the stone monies in Yap stand still. Don't move them, because you don't have the power to move it. And lastly, let us be like the love sticks from Chuk. Accept if needed, reject if needed, accept if possible. This is one way we can deal with this virus. By letting the sleeping lady sleep, it's like closing the borders. By not moving the rocks, don't move without legislation, but don't let it move your rights. And lastly, let us be like the love sticks from Chuk. Still the same thing. If we need to open our borders, let it be open, but only for some specific reasons. If we need to close it, we recheck it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Koshai, for your conclusion or summation. At this time, I would like to offer the floor to the judges. Judges, if you have any comments for these teams, this is your time.
We're good.
Oh, that we don't have comments. Thank you, moderator. We don't have comments.
All right, thank you very much, judges. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our third debate. Let's give these outstanding student debate teams a big round of applause for their performance. Thank you very much, Team Bombay and Team Koshai, for the outstanding debate you just performed during the third debate. We will now move on to our fourth and last debate. Both Team Koshai and Team Bombay, you are allowed to sit in and listen into the last debate. Please allow us 1 or 2 minutes so that the committee members or Supreme Court staff can escort the two remaining teams to the courtrooms. Team Yap and Team Chuk. Our fourth and last debate will be between the state of Yap and the state of Chuk. State of Yap will be debating for the proposition, state of Chuk against the proposition. Yap and Chuk.
A was the
Sorry,
first.
sorry,
CR
we
was
can't.
Ready? Yep, can you hear me? Okay. Joe, can you hear me? All right. All right, thank you very much. Welcome to the fourth and last debates of this afternoon. The debate this afternoon will be between the state of Yap and the state of Chuk. Yap will be the proponents for the proposition, and Chuk the opponents against the proposition. We will start with our introductions. Each side will have 3 minutes to do their introductions. So at this moment, I would like to invite Team Yap for your introduction. You have 3 minutes.
Greetings, everyone. Today we discuss the following proposition, and I quote, "Now, therefore, be resolved that with regard to the current COVID-19 pandemic, the FSM Congress shall enact legislation requiring all residents and citizens of the FSM to undergo testing, get vaccinated, and/or wear a mask in public, and for every person entering the FSM to complete quarantine upon entry." End quote. The United Nations once said, and I quote, "The threat is the virus, not the people." End quote. By enacting this legislation, the FSM takes a step in battling the COVID-19 virus. This legislation should not be seen as a restraint on individual rights, but rather as the FSM government taking action to ensure the security of the citizens and residents of the FSM. Moreover, the reasons to authorize this legislation are, first of all, the reality of the pandemic in which the FSM is obligated to take immediate action to save the economy in regards to the existing condition and the trajectory. Secondly, the regulations mentioned are protection and prevention measures that are for the betterment of the people and the FSM in terms of health and assurance. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Yap, for your introduction. At this time, I would like to invite the opponents of the proposition. Team Chuk, you have 3 minutes for your introduction.
I'm sorry, Belen. We didn't get the last bit of Yap's speech because we got froze. Right, yeah.
Well, you guys didn't hear the whole thing or the last portion of it?
Just the last portion of it. The second. Her second point.
Her second point? Okay, thank you very much, Laughlin, for letting us know. Judges, did you get everything? Okay, for the benefit of the team in Chuk, I will ask the Yap team to repeat that is the second point, right? Chuk?
Yes.
Thank you.
Regulations mentioned are protection and prevention measures that are for the betterment of the people and the FSM in terms of health and assurance.
Thank you very much, Team Yap, for repeating that. And Team Chuk, thank you very much for letting us know. These are the introductions. These are the shorter portions. When we get to main arguments, and if there are interruptions, while the other team is delivering their main arguments, please raise up your hand so that we can know where it was cut off. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Team Yap, for repeating your introduction. At this time, I would like to invite Team Chuk for your introduction. You have 3 minutes.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, moderator, worthy opponents, families and friends who are here with us today. Rarannim. My name is Aiko Nakayama, and my partner here is Melody Joy Payton. We are here to prove our standing point on why we should not pass this resolution. Our debate topic for this year, 2021, states, and I quote, "Now therefore be it resolved with regards to the current COVID-19 pandemic, the FSM Congress shall enact legislation requiring all citizens and residents of the FSM to undergo testing, get vaccinated, and or wear a mask in public, and for every person entering the FSM to complete quarantine upon entry," end quote. As the opposing team, we strongly disagree to pass the resolution for two main reasons. Point one, passing the resolution will prove to be ineffective due to the reasons that not all citizens can comply with most of the requirements stated in the resolution. Subpoint A, passing the resolution will prove to be ineffective because not all citizens can comply with testing requirements. Subpoint B, passing the resolution will prove to be ineffective because not all citizens can comply with the requirements for vaccination due to its restrictions. Subpoint C, passing the resolution will prove to be ineffective because not all citizens can comply with the requirements for mask usage. Point 2, more preparations are needed to be done before we pass this resolution, such as 1, ensure adequate quarantine facilities throughout all the 4 states are readily available and aligned with our FSM COVID-19 guidelines. 2, we need to increase awareness and education on mask usage and ensure preparations for their usage. And lastly, preparations are needed for monitoring and regulating the resolution if it is to be passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Chuk, for your introduction. Now we will hear main argument. Proponents, you have 15 minutes to deliver your main argument. Team Yap.
As proponents, we support the enactment of this legislation. For the legislation is immediate action to battling the COVID-19 virus, and it provides protection and prevention measures for all citizens and residents of the FSM. First, the pandemic has placed the FSM in a challenging situation where it is crucial to take an immediate action to save the economy. According to an article published by the OIA News, I quote, "While the FSM does not enjoy the same level of visitors' arrivals as Palau, the majority of the COVID-19 impact will also be felt in the private sectors, namely in the transportation and tourism sectors. The hotel and restaurant industries are projected to fall by 46% in fiscal year 2020, an additional 75% in fiscal year 2021, reflecting the absence of tourists and minimal interstate visitors. Similarly, the transportation sector, which includes shipping, port services, aviation, and airport ground handling, is projected to decline in the FSM by 27% in fiscal year 2020, and an additional 14% in fiscal year 2021. Notably, the FSM total projected loss to the economy will be the most severe decline in the FSM economy since the start of the amended compact period in 2004. Ultimately, the FSM is expected to experience a 6.9 decline in the GDP, and a loss of 1,841 jobs, reflecting 11% reduction of employment levels in the FSM compared to fiscal year 2019, end quote. Understanding the trajectory of the FSM economy, one is bounded to think realistically. As OIA News mentioned, the FSM economy is made up of transportation and tourism sectors, both involving close contact with people on an everyday basis. By enacting this legislation, we take the first step in preparing the citizens and residents of FSM when borders open. Eventually, the borders will open and the country will be exposed to other countries with active COVID-19 cases. Furthermore, another important reason is that the regulations such as undergoing of testing, getting vaccinated, the requirement of masks in public, and completion of quarantine upon entry all pose as ways to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus and to protect oneself from the COVID-19 virus. The first regulation I'd like to address is the undergoing of testing. According to CDC, there are COVID-19 tests available that can test for either current infection or past infection. A viral test tells you if you have a current infection. Two types of viral tests can be used: nucleic acid amplification tests or antigen tests. The nucleic acid amplification tests, or NAATs, for COVID-19 specifically identify the RNA sequence that compromises the genetic material of the virus. Furthermore, the NAATs have been authorized by CDC for use in different settings, such as laboratory, at home, or other non-healthcare locations, which according to CDC, and I quote, regardless that sensitivity varies by test, laboratory-based NATs have higher sensitivity than POC tests or self-administrated tests. Because lab-based NAATs are considered the most sensitive test for detecting the SARS-CoV-2, they can also be used to confirm the result of lower sensitivity tests, such as antigen tests, which is the second type of viral test. According to CDC, and I quote, antigen test is relatively easy to use, and the costs for the tests are low, ranging around $5 to $50 per test. Although the sensitivity varies depending on the course of infection, it's shown generally moderate to high at times of peak viral load. In addition to that, when antigen tests are performed at or near the POC, it allows for rapid identification of infected people, thus preventing further transmission of the virus in the community, workplace, or in households, end quote. Now the COVID test that tells you if you have a past infection is known as the antibody test or a serology test. This test, according to LabCorp, checks for the antibodies to COVID-19. This test also provides a numerical value that indicates whether or not you have antibodies in your system to fight off the COVID-19 virus. Similarly stated by the FDA, and I quote, serological tests can help identify individuals who have developed an immune response to the virus as either as part of an active infection or a past infection, end quote. Meaning to say that person has at least some immunity to the coronavirus. In addition to this, according to a Healthline article, and I quote, people with symptoms of the COVID-19 virus, the test correctly gave a positive result, an average of 72% of the time. The 95% confident intervals were 63.7 to 79%, meaning that the researchers were 95% confident that the average fell between these two values. Furthermore, the researchers found that people without the symptoms of the COVID-19 virus correctly tested positive in 58.1% of rapid tests. The 95% confidence intervals were 40.2 to 74%, end quote. Thus, why it is necessary for the individual to undergo testing. Regardless if one is negative, you are prone to be a carrier, making others with either respiratory and cardiovascular disease vulnerable to catch it from you. The second regulation is vaccination. As reported by the Food and Drug Administration, or FDA, there are 3 COVID-19 vaccines authorized for emergency use: Pfizer-BioNTech, Moderna, and Janssen by Johnson & Johnson. Although Pfizer-BioNTech is not available in the FSM on the grounds that the FSM hospitals, such as Yap State Hospital, does not have the appropriate facilities to accommodate the vaccine. Nevertheless, there are 2 other vaccines that are currently being administered to the citizens and residents of FSM, Janssen and Moderna. A statement from a Healthline article based on the Janssen vaccine published on May 27, 2021, and I quote, "Its overall efficacy was 66.3% for mild to moderate COVID-19 cases and 76.3% for severe to COVID-19 cases. Additionally, it provides 100% protection from hospitalization for COVID-19 cases 28 days after the vaccination," unquote. In spite of the fact the reports of adverse event following the use of the J&J vaccine, it suggests an increased risk of a rare adverse event called thrombosis and thrombocytopenia syndrome, or TTS. Nearly all reports of this serious condition, which involves blood clots with low platelets, have been in adult women younger than 50 years old. It is also true Janssen vaccine was paused by both FDA and CDC on April 13, 2021 due to this adversity. However, 10 days later, on April 23, 2021, both the FDA and CDC recommended resuming the J&J vaccinations. After a thorough review, it was determined that the benefits of the vaccine outweighs its potential risk. As reported by the same Healthline article, I quote, "Overall, the J&J vaccine is both safe and effective. The CDC estimates that TTS happens in 7 out of 1 million female adults between the ages of 18 and 49 that received the J&J vaccine. Male and female adults ages 50 and over at an even lower risk," end quote. CDC also stated women younger than 50 years old especially should be aware of the rare but increased risk of this adverse event, and that there are other COVID-19 vaccines options available for which this risk has not been seen in, such as the Moderna vaccine. Stated in the Healthline article proofread by CDC, and I quote, "The Moderna vaccine requires 2 doses to be fully effective. It was found that up to 14 days after the first dose, the effectiveness was 50.8%. After that, it was about 92.1%. After the second dose, it takes about 2 weeks for your body to build full immunity. After that time period, the vaccine is approximately 94.1% effective," unquote. In short, the effectiveness in each vaccine varies. Nevertheless, all share a common goal: to fight the COVID in one's body to prevent the severe symptoms, for instance, the bleeding of the lungs, and to lose the ability to move, and to protect oneself from the lethal virus. The third regulation is masks. A statement from World Health Organization, and I quote, "Masks are a key measure to suppress transmission and save lives. Depending on the type, masks can be used for either protection of healthy people or to prevent onward transmission," end quote. As mentioned before, there is a variety of type of masks, such as cloth type, disposable type, and masks that meet standard. As Mayo Clinic mentioned, and I quote, "Face masks combined with other preventive measures such as getting vaccinated, frequent hand washing, and physical distancing can all help slow the spread of the virus." The US Center for Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC, recommends fabric masks for the general public. People who haven't been fully vaccinated should continue to wear face masks in indoor public places and outdoor where there is a high risk of COVID-19 transmission, such as the crowded events or large gatherings," end quote. In fact, according to a CDC article titled "Science Brief Community Use of Cloth Masks to Control the Spread of the SARS-CoV-2 section, Human Studies of Mass SARS-CoV-2 Transmission, mentions the capability of masks in cases with COVID-19. For example, an investigation of a high exposure event in which two symptomatically ill hairstylists interacted for an average of 15 minutes with each of 139 clients during an 8-day period, found that none of the 67 clients subsequently consented to an interview and testing developed an infection. The stylist and all clients universally wore masks in the salon as required by the local ordinance and company policy at the time. The fourth and last regulation I'd like to address is quarantine. Quarantine helps prevent the spread of disease that can occur before a person knows they are sick or if they're infected with the virus without feeling the symptoms. People in quarantine should stay home, separate themselves from others, monitor their health, and follow directions from the state or local health department. According to Cochrane Rapid Review on Quarantine Efficacy for COVID-19, which was later on reviewed by the World Health Organization, results states, and I quote, quarantine alone reduces new infections by 44 to 96%. Deaths are reduced by 31 to 76%, and viral reproduction are lessened by 37 to 88%, end quote. However, not many would comply with the idea of being restricted to a confined area, but there is a possible solution. According to CDC, and I quote, reducing the length of the quarantine may make it easier for people to quarantine by reducing the time they cannot work. A shorter quarantine period also can lessen stress on the public health system, especially when new infections are rapidly rising, end quote. Overall, my team and I stands as advocates for the enactment of this legislation. By enacting this legislation, the FSM works towards saving the economy, but still prioritizing the people's safety. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Yap, for your main argument. At this time, I would like to invite Team Chuk. You have 5 minutes for your rebuttal.
Thank you, worthy opponents. I will now rebut my worthy opponent's speech. For one, our worthy opponents mentioned the estimated drop of our GDP. However, they provided estimates of the drop of GDP in our fiscal years, rather than actual evidence of the drops and their effects. Secondly, it would be unwise to open our borders to tourism while our quarantine facilities, such as Chuk's quarantine facilities, which are not aligned with our FSM COVID-19 guidelines, and opening our borders when we ourselves are not prepared just reviving our economy. Next, our worthy opponents also mentioned the J&J vaccines and also acknowledged the risk that women can contract TTS, and also that FDA paused the usage of the J&J vaccine, but then also stated that the J&J vaccine is both safe and effective. Other than that, why should we use the vaccine and encourage the people to get vaccinated in a time when we are still COVID-free and that our own, yes, that's it. Additionally, our worthy opponents also failed to address how we would monitor and regulate this law if it was to become a law. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Chuk, for your rebuttal. Team Yap, you have 3 minutes to respond.
Thank you, opponents, for your rebuttal. I'd like to address the first point. You did acknowledge the fact that I did not represent the 6.9 GDP. I'll accept that. And then your second point, you say it will be unwise to open our borders when the islands are not ready, such as Chuk, Yap, and Yap. However, by enacting this law, it will be practice before we even open our borders. It will be protection and prevention measures that the FSM citizens and residents can take before we open our borders. We're being realistic. When our borders open, eventually the borders will open. That'll be the last step the FSM government have to take due to the economy trajectory. By enacting this law, it will be prioritizing the safety of the people. But the people can also take the prevention measures and protection measures mentioned in the resolution. And then your question, the last one was, why should we encourage the people? We should encourage the people to take the vaccines just in regards to the unexpected when the borders open. We're encouraging the people to take the vaccine, not just the Janssen vaccine due to the adversity, but the Moderna vaccine has been available in the FSM, that in the CDC. Oh, I think they're frozen for us. See what happened?
Judges, Chuk, can you still hear us?
Where did they lose me at?
And judges? Yap,
Yes.
you are on your response, right?
Yes.
Can you just please go a little bit back and then start again, and not from the beginning? Oh.
Can you please repeat that?
Thank you. Can you start? I think where we were cut off was when you were talking about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine during your response.
The J&J vaccine. Okay.
Yes.
To resume
Can
on
you
that.
start from that point on? And Team Chuk and our judges, if there is a cutoff or a frozen, please just raise your right hand or left hand so we can know from.
Okay.
Right? Yep. Yes, I see you. I see you. Yep, Chuk, thank you. Yep, is still frozen from frozen. Can you maximize your screen again? What's happening?
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay, so let me go back and say the J&J vaccine again.
Thank you.
I apologize. Okay. But again, decide that why should we encourage people to take the vaccine, take the vaccine of the J&J? J&J was resumed as of April 23rd, 2021. After a thorough review that was by both FDA and CDC, they determined that the potential, the efficacy of the vaccine is better than the potential risk. It outweighs it. And by encouraging the people to take the other choice, which is the Moderna vaccine, we can help them to receive the COVID-19 virus if they ever come into the borders of FSM. Because it is true that the FSM is currently not does not have an active COVID case. So by enacting this law, we will be preparing our citizens and residents to be bracing for the fact of the pandemic to enter. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Yap, for your response. We will now hear the main argument from the opponents. Opponents, you have 15 minutes for your main argument. Team Chuk.
Greetings, honorable judges, audience, and worthy opponents. I am Melody Joy Payton, and my partner here is Aiko Nakayama. We are the negative team, and we are here to support our standing point on why we should not pass this resolution. The resolution states, and I quote, "Now therefore be it resolved that with regards to the current COVID-19 pandemic, the FSM Congress shall enact legislation requiring all citizens and residents of the FSM to undergo testing, get vaccinated, and or wear a mask in public, and for every person entering the FSM to complete quarantine upon entry." As my partner already introduced our points in the introduction, allow me to further elaborate on our two main points on why the resolution should not be passed. Point number one, passing the resolution will prove to be ineffective due to the reasons that not all citizens can comply with most of the requirements stated in the resolution. Before we go into detail, let me first define what is all. According to the Merriam-Webster's dictionary, the word all is defined as the whole amount, the whole quantity, totally, or completely. What is all? All can be referred to every single person, none exempt. Subpoint A, passing the resolution will prove to be ineffective because not all citizens can comply with the testing requirements. For the current COVID-19 pandemic, there are two types of testing. The diagnostic testing, which is for current infection, and the antibody testing, which is for past infection. In our interview with Dr. Fred and Dr. Paula, who both are on the Chuk State Task Force, reported that we have three types of diagnostic tests available in our Chuk State Hospital. First is the PCR, known as the polymerase chain reaction. Second is the Binax Now, and third is the Abbott ID. To clarify, diagnostic tests are used to identify current infections for COVID-19. But who, when, and how do you pass to be tested for current infections? In a report on testing for COVID-19 by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, people who must be tested are, first, people who have symptoms of COVID-19. Second, most people who have had close contact with someone with confirmed COVID-19 within 6 feet for a total of 15 minutes or more over a 24-hour period. Third, fully vaccinated people with no COVID-19 symptoms do not need to be tested following an exposure to someone with confirmed COVID-19. And last, people who have tested positive for COVID-19 within the past 3 months and recovered do not need to get tested following an exposure as long as they do not develop new symptoms. CDC clearly gives the qualification and recommendations of those to be tested, ruling out that all should undergo testing. Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security stated, with any diagnostic test, there is the potential for false negative and false positive. False negatives can occur if a specimen was not properly obtained or if a patient was tested too early or too late for their infection. Having everyone tested for COVID-19 at different time frames and at different pacing, while the FSM is still COVID-free, will affect the validity of test results because these results will only be valid for a certain period of time. And that is why states and countries make it a requirement for travelers to get tested no more than 3 days prior to traveling. Jennifer Nusso, a senior scholar at Johns Hopkins Health Security, reported that the probability of fully vaccinated people to test positive is very low. Vaccinated people with symptoms who test positive have an extremely low likelihood of transmitting COVID-19 to others, and so they try not to test people who have extremely low probability of infection. Mandating everyone to get tested when CDC doesn't recommend it to all, and while we are still at low and at extremely low probability of infection, will only put us at risk of using up testing resources that we might need in the near future when we actually need them. Subpoint B, passing the resolution will prove to be ineffective because not all citizens can comply with the requirements for vaccinations due to its restrictions. Currently, there are two types of vaccines that the FSM has: the Moderna, known as the mRNA, and the Johnson & Johnson, known as the J&J. Just last month, CDC updated the recommended age to take the Moderna vaccine by decreasing the age from 18 and older to 12 and above. Although the age group has been recently updated, in our interview with Dr. Bala, Chuk is still waiting for National to give the green light to give vaccinations to people not only 18 years and older, but 13 years and older. This means there is a certain age for people eligible to take the mRNA vaccine. In another article by Medical News Today, written by Chiang, April 26, 2021, fact-checked by Harriet Pike, PhD, quotes, "The European Commission issued an emergency and conditional authorization for the Johnson & Johnson vaccine for individuals aged 18 years and older." Johns Hopkins Medicine reported as of late February this year that FDA authorized an emergency use authorization for J&J COVID-19 vaccine for people aged 18 years and older, and also recommended that everyone who is eligible get vaccinated. Even the FSM national government gave a press release in February this year about COVID-19 vaccines available here in the FSM and encourages eligible citizens to take the shots. The headline reads, "COVID-19 vaccines now available for all eligible citizens 18 years and older in all FSM states." These evidence provided support our main cause to why the resolution won't have favorable results, because not all citizens can comply with the mandate. Subpoint C, passing the resolution will prove to be ineffective because not all citizens can comply with the requirements for mask usage. In general, there are two types of mask: the medical mask and the non-medical mask, or the fabric mask. Here are some facts about mask. CDC stated, masks should not be worn by children under 2 years of age, persons with disabilities who cannot wear one or safely wear one, those who would create a risk to workplace health, safety, or job duty, people who are deaf or hard of hearing, and those who rely on reading lips. In a WHO article, Coronavirus Disease, Children and Mask, WHO and UNICEF advised the following: children aged 5 years and under should not be required to wear a mask. This is based on the safety and overall interests of the child and the capacity to appropriately use a mask with minimal assistance. CDC, WHO, and UNICEF clearly discourages all the mentioned to wear a mask. As a result, the facts shows how all citizens cannot comply with the resolution if it were to be passed. Continuing with my last point, more preparations are needed to be done before we pass this resolution. In our interview with our Chuk Attorney General, Kuti Mohammed, he stated that the purpose of this resolution is to protect and regulate. To ensure that all citizens throughout all the 4 states are protected and the law is well regulated, the FSM needs to first, ensure adequate quarantine facilities throughout all the 4 states are readily available and aligned with our FSM COVID guidelines. Second, we need to increase awareness and education on mask usage and ensure preparations for their usage. And last, preparations are needed for monitoring and regulating the resolution if it is passed. Subpoint 1. Preparations are needed to ensure adequate quarantine facilities are readily available and aligned with our FSM COVID-19 guidelines. In the state of Chuk, The currently designated quarantine facilities are Truck Stop Hotel and Blue Lagoon Resort. Our designated isolation building is the Chuk High School gym. Under the FSM Department of Health and Social Affairs COVID-19 Guidelines, Section 5 on quarantine protocols for inbound travelers, it specifically states, and I quote, "In order for a facility to be suitable as a quarantine facility, it needs to align to the characteristics indicated in the guidelines," end quote. Among the characteristics, let me read two items in the guidelines under location. Characteristic 1, ideally located on the outskirts of the city or urban area. Characteristic 2, easily isolated to prevent public access. Not only are the Chuk High School gym and Truck Stop Hotel in the town area of Wera, they are in the middle of residential buildings and housings where it deems easy to public access and aren't easily isolated. Both hotels are located along the shorelines, making them accessible to both boats and residents residing in those residential areas. In our interview with Dr. Pala, a public health representative to our Chuk State Task Force, he addressed how Chuk State does not have the infrastructure ready yet to conduct quarantine. Passing the resolution by requiring all incoming travelers to undergo quarantine without being ready for quarantine to take place will not protect the citizens, but actually have them penalized for something they cannot comply with. Subpoint 2, preparations are needed to ensure the awareness and proper education in mask wearing and their usage is in place. Listed below are the types of masks indicated to be worn by CDC. First are the closed mask and disposable face mask with multiple layers of fabric, no wire, and only worn once. And second is the KN95 and N95. In the same manner, Johns Hopkins Medicine recommended the same types of masks above to be used and discourages the use of bandanas and gaiters, two types of masks which are commonly seen in our stores here in Chuk and commonly seen used on the island at Bank of Guam and at the Chuk International Airport, the two places in Chuk that requires masks. Followed is a guideline from CDC explaining how to wear a mask properly and consistently for best protection. First, washing or sanitizing your hands before mask wearing. Second, securing your mask over your nose and mouth to a perfect fit and make sure you can breathe easily. And third, do not frequently touch the mask or face when wearing it. If it does not fit perfectly, change it. If we want to achieve the purpose of the resolution to protect the citizens, requiring everyone to wear a mask without knowing the proper mask to wear or the proper way to use them will be pointless. In addition, if you drive around Wera, billboards posted for COVID-19 awareness are mainly on hand washing, the 7 steps to prevent the spread of COVID-19, and the board for vaccination percentages, none for mask usage. In 2020, when Guam had its first confirmed COVID-19 case, I remembered how the public was in a state of panic and hand sanitizers, Clorox wipes, and sacks of rice were sold out in the stores. Here is a list of several items that recently the stores have run out of: sacks of rice and cases of chicken, flour and bread, eggs, milk, ice cream, and mayonnaise. Mandating the resolution without having masks readily available for the citizen will result in penalizing them for something they cannot provide. Lastly, preparations are needed for monitoring and regulating the resolution if it is passed. The resolution states all FSM citizens and residents to follow the requirements. Preparing the Department of Public Safety. In an interview with our Chuk Department of Public Safety, here are a few facts. There are 112 cops altogether. In the 5 regions of Chuk, each region has a police substation, except Southern Namanas, the only region with multiple substations. Altogether, they have 11 vehicles, and 4 out of that 11 vehicles are used for patrolling. The state of Chuk consists of small volcanic islands scattered both in the lagoon and outside of the lagoon. It consists of 5 regions and there are 290 islands altogether. The spreading out of the islands and shortcomings that our Chuk Department of Public Safety needs us to reevaluate the mandate and first make the necessary preparations to be able to comply with the resolution. Thank you.
Your main argument. At this time, I would like to invite the proponents. You have 5 minutes for your rebuttal. Team Yap.
I would like to thank the opponents for their main argument. For your first point, you mentioned that this regulation will be ineffective, that not all the citizens can comply to the requirements needed for this regulation. I would start off with the mask. I would remind that in the regulation, it states, and/or wear a mask, and/or meaning that either of the two possibilities is to be considered. So wearing of mask is a choice. Second is the testing. For the testing, I need to remind that for people who are infected with the COVID-19 virus, there are 2 types of people, and they are the symptomatic and asymptomatic. Asymptomatic meaning they are infected, but no symptoms are shown, which is why the testing is needed for them to be known and shown that they are infected with the COVID-19 virus. For the quarantine, it stated that the location, there is no provided location for the quarantine site. I would address that to Palau, take for example, the Palau. The government would allow people to enter, those who have the vaccination passports, those who are vaccinated. If we follow that, then the site for the quarantine is not needed, as only the vaccination passport is needed to enter a country. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Yap, for your rebuttal. At this time, opponents, you have 3 minutes for your response. Team Chuk.
Thank you, worthy opponents, for your rebuttals. I will now stand here and respond to your rebuttals. Judges, on our first point, when we said that the resolution will be ineffective because of testing, not all people can apply with the requirements of testing. Okay, skip that. On our point of quarantine sites, as our worthy opponents mentioned, people with vaccination passports will be allowed to enter the FSM just with their vaccination passports. However, in the resolution, it is stated that the FSM citizens that are entering the FSM will be required to undergo quarantine. Thank you. And if there's anything that my partner would like to add on, this is the time.
I'll be emphasizing on the mask usage. As I stated in my main argument, masks aren't allowed for CDC highly recommended that children under the age of 5 should not be allowed to wear a mask. But back to our resolution, it clearly states that all residents all citizens and residents of the FSM are required to wear a mask, get tested, undergoing testing, and for every person entering the FSM to complete quarantine upon entry. My points still stand. We should not pass this resolution for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Chuk, for the response. We will now move on to the summations or conclusions. Each side will have 4 minutes to deliver your conclusion. Proponents, you have 4 minutes for your conclusion.
The world has drastically changed due to the impact of the pandemic. According to Our World in Data, studies showed that there was 168 million reported cases and 3.49 million deaths reported. However, as reported by the World Health Organization, the FSM have not reported any COVID-19 confirmed case and death case caused by the COVID-19 since January 3rd, 2020 until now. Nevertheless, due to current circumstances, as in flights being delayed, being closed off to travelers, and ships being delayed due to quarantine upon entry, the lifestyle of the FSM citizens and residents is vastly affected. For instance, due to flight restrictions, patients are put on the waiting list, and so they do not and are not able to get the required medical attention. Another example is due to the limited flights. There is an inadequate amount of supply stock in stores, such as food and other necessities. Eventually, borders will open and flights with passengers will resume. Opening up the borders to countries with active COVID cases will put both citizens and current residents of the FSM in a vulnerable state and at risk of spreading the virus. In addition, the medical facilities are not efficient and sufficient enough to battle the virus. That is why, by enacting this legislation, the citizens and residents can take preventive measures by following the regulations mentioned in the proposition. Lastly, by following these regulations, you are not only protecting yourself, but also your family, your friends, and everyone else in the community. In conclusion, Mahatma Gandhi once said, and I quote, "The future depends on what you do today," end quote. By enacting this legislation, whether it is today or in the future, we need to look at the bigger picture. By mandating this legislation, the FSM government is taking an action in order to save the economy from its trajectory. Moreover, this legislation must come to pass for the sake of the FSM citizens and residents' safety. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Yap, for your conclusion. This time, I would like to invite the opponents, Team Chuk, for your conclusion. You have 4 minutes.
To close today's debate, we, the negative team, strongly disagree in passing this resolution. Throughout the course of this debate, my partner had explained how, 1, if this resolution is passed, it will be ineffective because not everyone can comply with 2 of the requirements as stated in the resolution, such as vaccination and mask usage. Vaccination still has its age limit and mask wearing has its restrictions. In our main speech, my partner had also explained how testing has specific requirements for those to be tested and specific timing of tests to ensure their validity. 2, More preparations are needed to be done before we pass this resolution. In our main speech, my partner had explained how quarantine and isolation facilities are not only unprepared, but they do not align with our current FSM COVID-19 guidelines. Mask wearing requires particular masks and ways to wear them in order for them to work. Will passing the resolution before making these crucial preparations work for us? Have we considered the preparation needed in enforcing them when we lack the essential capital to do so? Although the legislation means well, and we understand that the government is doing its part to protect its citizens, it is vital that the citizens are able to do their part in meeting the government halfway, so the legislation protects the people and the government can regulate it without penalizing the citizens. Passing the resolution with these setbacks will only impair our state because we will only impair our nation because we won't be able to achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Chuk, for your conclusion. We will now move on to, I would like to invite the judges. If you have any comments on this last debate, this is your time. Judges.
Yeah. Thank you. I'd like to make a comment on all the debates. I'm impressed, very impressed by the efforts, the knowledge, the courteousness, the sincerity that you brought to this process. I think it speaks very well of the students of Micronesia, the FS Federated States of Micronesia, and the future of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, that concludes our fourth and last debate this afternoon. Once again, thank you very much to all the debate teams for the outstanding performance you've done in educating us, not only the committee members or those who are involved now, but those who are tuned in on this very important topic. Once again, can we just give a big round of applause to all the teams throughout the FSM? Now I would like to invite the Director of Court Administration, Mrs. Emiliana Musashuk Carl, to do the acknowledgement of donors and supporters for the 2021 FSM National Lawday.
Thank you, Belan. Before I do so, again, my respect to all our traditional leaders, all the government leaders, debaters, judges, coaches, and everyone who are here with us today. I'm very happy this is on behalf of Atarino Eleazar, who is the chairman of this year's National Lawday debate. He's stuck somewhere in town at the moment, but I do have a list of all the donors and supporters. And on behalf of the FSM National Lawday 2021, I would like to say thank you, Kalangan, to all of the supporters who made this year's debate possible. First, our thank you, B. Kalangan, to the FSM president by signing the proclamation, making this year's Lawday memorable. And thank you to FSM Congress, who continue to support us financially. Again, this is the 30th year, 30th time, I guess, for this Lawday, and we have received financial support from the National Congress. So thank you to FSM President, FSM National Government, and especially FSM Congress. We'd also like to say thank you to our sponsors who are Etchite Enterprises, Western Central Pacific Fisheries Commission, or Tuna Commission, the law firm of Ramp and Mita, Attorney Seth Foreman, FSM Development Bank. Thank you to Caroline Fishing Corporation, to Bank of Guam, to Casalelia Diner, Met Farm. Would like to say thank you to Tammy Davis, our General Counsel, the Pohnpei Women Council, who's been a great supporter of youth, Senator Ricky Carl and Mrs. Carl, Shalane Mashashik, Joshua, Kyra and Ezekiel, Joshua and Kyra Panuelo, Ezekiel and Malachi Frederick, Mr. and Mrs. Eduardo Tamalata, or owner of Pacific Landscaping. From Chuk, we have Attorney Sapino Azar, his and her store, Zion. From Koshai, we have Hiram Levi, Nora Sikra, attorney, Koshai Stevie Doring. Thank you to Koshai State Court. Thank you to Justice Robinson Timothy and to Koshai Land Court. In YAP, we'd like to say thank you to YAP delegation, CFSM. We also received some in-kind contribution, and RS Roque gave us discount on some of the items. I'd like to, on behalf of the Lawday Committee, really say big thank you to the state Lawday committees. Without your support, we wouldn't be where we are today. Thank you to the high schools, all the high schools that participated at the state and now at the national, to all the teachers and all the parents who I'm sure had a lot to do with the successful debaters today. FSM Telecom, all the state radio station, the local radio stations, this is live broadcast, so thank you for your support. And really, as the Director of Court Administration, I also would like to say thank you to all the FSM Supreme Court staff from Koshai, Pohnpei, Chuk, and Yap. Thank you so much for all your help. Thank you to our ITs who have worked diligently in getting everything in order. As our speaker says, we are going through major challenge, difficulties at the moment due to COVID, due to the border lockdown. Travels are not permitted. However, thank you to modern technology, we are able to once again, this is the second year in a row that we are experiencing, or going through virtual debate. And I can say, sitting here throughout the whole debate, that we did a little bit better. We're improving. There might be some hiccups here and there, but this virtual conference works very hard. So at the moment, our justices are deliberating, trying to add up all the scores. And I would like to ask that we remain seated. Do not leave. We will be presenting the awards as well. These are the scholarship awards that will be issued to all the student debaters. We recently have the checks printed here in Pohnpei. We were told that for Chuk, Yap, and Koshai, that they should be readily available at the finance office. So if our staff are unable to get it to you before the adjournment of this debate or the program today, we assure you that your scholarship checks will be provided to you either later today or tomorrow latest. I also would like to mention that as agreed by the National Lawday Committee, each student debater, each alternate will receive a laptop in addition to the cash award that will be provided. And the laptops have been ordered, and we are awaiting their arrival. As soon as they arrive, we will make sure that you receive your laptops. In terms of the cash award, each student debater will receive minimum of $2,000 each. So across the board, each debater will receive $2,000. Each alternate debater will receive $500. So debaters 2,000 and alternates will receive $500. The FSM scholarship or FSM Lawday committee has been working very hard on a fundraising event, and we have raised slightly about $7,000. So that $7,000 will be distributed among the debaters based on a formula that was established by the Lawday Committee. And so that will be an added amount that will be distributed, and this will be provided later on. We'll work with you individually as to how the money will be sent to you, either deposited directly to your account or we will mail it to you. But that will be sent out in addition to the monetary contribution that you will receive, which is $2,000 for the debaters. So that's where we are right now. We can have a short break, I guess, maybe 5-10 minutes while we're waiting for the justices to make their final decision. Thank you. The scores have come in, but may I request the field offices if you could just call the office so we know whether the awards are, whether you have received the awards. And we ask that all the student debaters take your seat up in the front, as we also have plaques that will be issued to you, live or or virtually.
So, yeah. So instead we just.
All right, we will resume now. Can you please give me the thumbs up that you can hear me? Chuk, you're okay? Can you hear us? Yap? Koshai? Okay, and Pohnpei? All right. So we have all the states here. Lawday Committee, we're ready? Now, this is the time that we're all waiting for. And now I can understand this morning when Associate Justice Larry Wentworth says that he was so glad that he's not one of the judges, that the scores were going to be so close together that he was happy that he's not in the position to make that decision and to announce the scores. I can see why now. Looking at the sheet here in front of me, it is nerve-wracking. But at the same time, it's a great testimony that everyone, you are all winners. The fact that you made it to the national debate is a big accomplishment and it signifies your success. So let's please give us all a round of applause, especially for all the debaters. You know, it's been over 30 years since the first debate was conducted. And some of us staff have come and go and have returned to the national judiciary and witnessed some of these changing times. And I am one of those. So I was here when Lawday first started. I left somewhere during the years and I returned. And I have actually monitored and become part of Lawday. I have kids, nieces, nephews, daughters and sons of friends that competed throughout the debates. I have helped the state committees in their deliberations. So I have seen major improvements. This year, again, we are faced with challenges, as I said. The virtual debate, this is our second time in a year, and I can say that we are improving. Not just the debaters, but the staff themselves, ourselves. We have upgraded our technology so that we can accommodate this type of forum, and we are learning as we go along. In the keynote speaker's address, Mr. Daniel Rescue, he did say in his remark that he is sure that some of you will become future leaders of this nation. And actually that is true. Over the years, 30 years, many of those who attended or participated in the Lawday debate have actually pursued law and have become lawyers. Some of them work for the national judiciary, or few of them. And some of those who actually debated are now leaders of this nation. So it is true. I support what Mr. Daniel Rescue said. So again, congratulations to all of you. Unfortunately, for this type of event, there will be only one, well, not only one number one, only one number two, and there will be number threes. But again, I want to reiterate that you are all winners. You all made us proud. I can see parents, I can see coaches and spectators in the audience clapping and smiling. So with all due respect, let me announce, without further ado, let me announce the scores as I have right now. So I'll start with Yap, the farthest island. The total score, this is from this morning until now. For Yap State, the total score for Yap State is 589. 589. Let's give them a big round of applause. For the state of Chuk, total score is 529. 529. For the state of Kwashai, the total score for the sleeping lady is 532. 532. And for the state of Ponte, the total score is 610. 610. So let me repeat the scores once again. Bombay State received 610 points, Goshai 532, Chuk 529, and Yap 589. So congratulations to all the teams. Please remain seated while our tallying committee are preparing the plaques and or certificates for you. So I understand that the scholarship funds for the debaters have already reached the stage, Koshai, Chuk, and Yap. So please, after the debate, work with our offices there to ensure that you do receive your funds today. But for Pohnpei, may I ask all the debaters and your alternate to come forward, please, while I present to you your scholarship awards. Where would the camera be pointed?
Where's the camera?
Where's the camera facing? Here.
Where's the camera?
So the first award is given to Marvin Russell Jr. Another award goes to Eugene Bacalia. And then the alternate debater for Pohnpei State, Ms. Caitlin Nanbe. And I'll ask the chairman, he just arrived to present the plaque for the champion 2021 Lawday debate champion team. Can I just, can you zoom in? Who's zooming? A little bit more. Okay, so this is the same certificate or plaque that will be issued to all the teams. Let me just read what it says. It says 2021 FSM National Lawday Debate, first place winners. Seventh-day Adventist STA, debaters, and then their names, Mr. Eugene Bacalia and Mr. Marvin Russell Jr., alternate, Ms. Caitlin Nanbe, and coach, Mr. Layton Edward. Bombay State team, sponsored by FSM Supreme Court, July 12, 2021. Congratulations once again. So this will be issued to all the teams. We will make sure that we mail it out as soon as possible. Another thing that I just also wanted to mention, there was a request or several requests that we received, the FSM National Lawday Committee received from the state committee, State Lawday, and that request was to allow any state that has five or more schools to have two teams. So this request was submitted by Brown Bay State, and it was approved by the committee, but contingent upon approval by our FSM Congress. This will be something that the FSM Supreme Court will be requesting additional funding for from our national government. And in addition, the other request was, as you all know, we're issuing out laptops in lieu of travel. So we have received many requests from many students, many debaters, whether we can continue maintain the scholarship awards as well as the laptops, even if travel restriction is no longer an issue. So we're keeping that in mind. That will be no promises yet, but that will be something that the committee or the FSM judiciary will be working on to try to get additional funding. So if you have members of the Congress with you, this will be a great time to request their support. I'm sure Speaker Simina is still in the audience. I think this is for good cause. I also believe that the students, in addition to the $2,000, must receive or must keep their laptops, in addition to if travel is permitted. So again, our committee, the National Lawday Committee, as well as the National Judiciary, is here for you. We support youth development, human resources, and so therefore we believe that this is part of that empowering youth, and therefore your request is well noted, and we will, it's now in our hands. It's our job to try to work to get the financial resources to accommodate your request. So hopefully, if all works out well, there might be some changes next year. So thank you once again. Kalangan. Moderator? Maybe Chairman would like to say something, since he just got here.
Well, thank you, Director Mushashik. As the chairman for this year's Lawday, I want to thank all of you, especially our debaters, coaches, alternate, staff from the FSM Supreme Court, and staff from the high schools that you represented, especially from the states. As they say, you all are winners. So the only difference is someone or one team get the first place, second, third, and fourth. As Director mentioned, the money collected this year will be distributed to all debaters. And for now, I know the states or our offices in the other states will hand you your $2,000, especially the debaters, and $500 for the alternate. And the laptops will be followed when we receive it. So thank you very much. I think that's the end of our program today. Congratulations all, and especially those that also follow us on the internet. Thank you very much.
can take pictures.